Chat, you there? I have a question. Would you rather have the ability to go invisible whenever you wanted, or have X-ray vision whenever you wanted? We asking the real questions today. Hello, everybody. How you doing on what day is it today? Wednesday, the 14th. Oh wait, it's Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day, chat. I love all of you, except some of you, but I won't say who. You'll have to figure that out yourselves. What could we do for Valentine's Day? Could I put some hearts up on stream? Should we get some hearts up? Be fun. I know what we can do. Paint 3 dicks. Can we make the background transparent canvas? Get out of here. Where is a nice... I want it a little bit deeper than that. Yeah, it's a good pink color. I need to make some arts. It's a shitty one. Okay, and then we take the paint bucket and we fill it in. Now I'm gonna crop this. And save to my desktop. Now let me see. That's gonna dox me. Fine, you need a password anyway, so it doesn't really mean anything. Now can I transfer this? Not that one. Not the cat. Huh? Oh, I see where it is. Wait, I'll be like mostly, yeah, I'll be mostly in here today, so. My camera's a bit off center. Notice that? Must be better. Beautiful. I am beautiful. He is beautiful. What are we doing today? Where did we leave off yesterday? I think we had... Yeah, we fixed pretty much all of our bugs with the barter system, I think. It looks really bad. I mean, it needs some tutorialization, of course, but... it should work, and we have this whole main potion business and what have you. We just don't have it. We don't have it do anything right now, right? By the way, does it... Did we make it so that it returns the potions to you if you close? Yeah, it does, okay. Okay, good. Good. Okay. Let's see here. I clap because I care. We need a scoring system that will take the, when we press offer, it takes all of them in there and it will first grade the main potion, which will, it should be very similar logic, if not the same logic as our commission system, right? But this time, instead of, well, wonderful, thank you so much. Okay, let's do 30-second wall set. Look at my eye too. I'll tell you guys a funny story after this. Well, it's not very funny. It was a little scary actually. Happened last night to me. Let me finish up the potion thing. Okay, so we need to take the main potion, we score it similar to our commission system, but instead of just pass or fail, we now need to have that be on a scale. And secondly, we need to take the secondary potions, if any, that the player provides, and score those more or less based on a pass or fail system compared to the main potion. We're gonna figure it out. We're gonna find the balance there. Let me find where I put the commission testing. I think it's in the alchemy table. Maybe put it there. Yes, it is here. Tell a story. Okay, so I was making some mulled wine, some vino Kajaniets last night, and as you would know if you make this often, you don't want to boil the alcohol, of course, so it needs to, you know, heat up slowly. You don't want to make it too hot because then the alcohol boils off and you have a worthless, you know, it's pointless. So I put it into the pots, I put it onto the stove, I put it on the lowest setting, right? And for reference, it's an induction stovetop. Find it. Find a picture. It's like one of these, right? Essentially. So you put it on the lowest setting, 1. It's just supposed to slowly heat up until it's warm but not boiling. And everything was fine, as usual. I've done this a million times because I'm an alcoholic. And I just get up to check on it randomly. You know, it's like, okay, maybe it's almost ready, it's almost warm. And I noticed that the hob is on the lowest setting, 1, but the hob itself is maxed heat, blaring heat, and it's just sitting there. It's just red hot, and it says 1, and I'm like, what the fuck? So I turn it off, obviously, and it stays on. Like, I turn it off, I turn the stove off, and the hob stays on, blaring heat. I'm like, excuse me. And so I have to go to the breaker and turn the breaker off in order to turn the stove off. But that's fucking scary to me that it just can stay on even though it says it's off. Like that's a malfunction that could cause an accident, that could cause some pretty serious damage. Thankfully, it seemed like I caught it early, so the wine itself it was hot, but it was not boiling. So it seems like it only just like started to do that randomly. Traditional stove, yeah, absolutely. I really don't like the induction stove. I mean, it's easy to clean, but it had been working normally for like 30 minutes. There was no sound, there was no issue, there was nothing to warn. Had I been sitting at my computer for another 10 minutes, it would have started to burn and boil. You know, in which case I would have smelled it, but imagine if there was something on there that could have caught fire, if it was, you know, if there was some like oil in there and it was heating up and splash. Who the fuck knows? Who the fuck knows? It's scary to me that it can just go from the lowest setting. It says it's the lowest setting, but it's maxed heat, and it just stays that way, even when you turn it off. And I have to turn off the breaker to the kitchen. So yeah, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. That's what happened to me last night. Thankfully, the wine was not hurt in the process. No wine was hurt in the making of this story. And I drank it all, and it was great. Good stuff. And for reference, for if people want to know what I'm drinking, because I am a huge Pinot Grigionis fan. This is what I drink. Only this. This is the best Pinot Grigionis in Poland. Buy this. Janimnia. Monk's Wine. Okay, what is this? I could push all this to a macro function, maybe? Macro function library? Wine doesn't taste great to me. Depends on the wine. I'm not a huge wine person, but mulled wine, good, and dessert wine's good. Anything else, I'm not a huge fan of. And some of them just make me sick. French. There's some really good French white dessert wines that are great, and then there's fortified wines, which I think are great, like port or sherry or Malaga. Yeah, Malaga. Those I recommend. But fortified wines are usually a bit heavier in alcohol content. They can be like 15 to 20%. But they'll usually be much sweeter. And it says they're meant for dessert, but I just drink them all the time. Which attribute do they fortify? The alcohol content. It's usually that they are, they add like grape brandy to the wine. That's at least that's one of the things they usually add. So like Malaga is one of my favorites. There's also port. Port's pretty great too. Good 10-year aged tawny port is probably one of my favorites. And ooh, sweet. A little bit thicker. It's like a little bit thicker than wine, but very sweet. Goes down easy. You don't get a lot of the the heavy tannins, the bitter element that you usually get with other wine types. Uncommissioned data. So we mainly just test the commission data. Everything else here is primarily local variables. Get a table row. I might just for now just copy some. The good thing is we don't need any of this. We don't even need any of this. Hey Dev, how you doing? It's going well. We are getting through our NPC commissioning and bartering. I'm just taking a look at this and seeing if we need to. We would need to grab the first of a commission required effects satisfied. All other effects are allowed to exist. This might need a little bit of changing. Is effect allowed to exist? Let me take this too. NPC, look cool. Where'd you get the models? I got it from a friend of mine, a colleague. He gave me this elf wizard that we call Blue Dick Boy, because he's got this arrow sticking out of his hoo-ha regions. And he's rigged to the UE5 mannequin. He is excited for Valentine's, yeah. A world of them would look pretty dope. Yeah, it would. I mean, I'm really excited for when. I mean, this would have to be when we enter production, right? But when I can actually just start doing some motion capture and actually making interesting NPCs with scenes and lines and all this shit. Like, not exactly the same, obviously. Yeah. I get what you mean. You know, we have very basic dialogue system, just minimum viable product for testing, so. And we've been working on the barter system, which we have most of it, or most of the basics done. But we need a way to score the potions that you give, and for that to determine what kind of outcome the NPC is going to have. And then I need to do a lot of touch up to the user experience and just make this feel a bit better. Put in like a helper widget that you can open up to see information on what you need to do. And then at that point, I just need to script to when he enters the scene, give the player a notification that he's waiting at your hut, and then just have him leave, wait, I don't know, 24 in-game hours or whatever, however much time we want him to wait, come back, and then give you kind of like a report of what happened, and maybe some ingredients or whatever that he harvested in the dungeon or whatever. At least that will showcase what the goal is, even if it's very bare bones and not the most interesting story that we could write. This would be enough to show publishers, okay, this is kind of what it's going to feel like. Here are some other example stories that we would like to tell. Here's a mock-up of how we want to do our motion capture. Here's a recorded scene of how we would like to make the dialogue system work. That should be enough with our GDD and pitch to give the publisher a very broad, basic view of what the end product would look like after a few years of development. A few years of production, let's put it that way. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna put this in. Let's do a function library, which I should have. Let's see. Probably core. Alchemy function library. New function. Score main potion. That's going to need to have an input, 2 inputs of the potion data. The commission data. And an output of probably just integer for score. Now we need to make a lot of local variables. And I'm just going to copy one section of this over at a time. Just what we need, because we don't need any of this or this. We mainly just need the big sections of required effects are satisfied, if effects are allowed to exist, and then some way to, we need to kind of inject some additional code here to help provide a score for all of this. So if there are additional effects that aren't allowed or are allowed, do we count those positively? Because we do have in the commission data, bonus effect types, right? So if there are effect types that provide a bonus to the score, those can count, or if there's penalties, we have those too. And then based on the score, in my opinion, is what we have the NPC base how much they're willing to pay for it on. So for each, like for the main potion, they'll have a budget, and based on the score, we could maybe just keep it a linear scale of how much they're willing to pay for that potion. at least for now. Because again, prototype, the balance just needs to feel decent. It doesn't need to feel perfect. Especially because pretty much everything we see here is probably going to change in some way or another throughout production. Okay. Yeah, let's make these local variables. But only the ones that we need. Current commission data. Yeah. Instead of hearts, you should have put a micro raptor log. Yes, I should have. I really should have. Man, I did not prepare for this day at all. Do I have the raw? Yeah, I do have the raw files somewhere. I do have them. Where are they? Here they are. Okay, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Stream might hitch here a little. Let me sit in my head. From there. Good enough. Rory. Why don't I see Kick W? I don't see Kick W. What? Hey, better TTV. Work. What happened to my kick? Oops, I just opened Spotify in accident. Do you guys see Kick W in chat? Is it just my chat's being weird? Let me reload. Yeah, we do. Sometimes I get that issue where Better TTV just stops working. Sometimes. You guys notice that? Is it just me that has that problem? Weird. Whatever. Whatever. Local variable. Current commission effect. Current effect being tested. B is commission requirement satisfied. That's what a meaty name. Commission effect satisfaction array. I'll adjust all these types too after I get them in. Current effect type. The is effect allowed to exist. Effect existence allowance array. Current effect penalty type. The flavor requirement at flavor requirement array. I don't think we need the commission widget reference in here. We shouldn't. Let's see. This is a mission structure. This is ingredient effects. This is effects. Boolean. This is an array of bools. Effect types. Boolean. Array of booleans. Effect type, Boolean, array of Boolean. Alright. Now we'll start with the first section. Good thing is, I actually cared enough to comment the sections here so I know what I need to copy over. Primarily, we just need to set the current commission data as the local variable. Why isn't the, okay, probably because potion is a global variable there. So let me set the potion. Tested potion data as a local variable. We shouldn't need that. No, we shouldn't need that. We shouldn't need that. We actually shouldn't need that. We don't need current commission data either. We just need to copy this. Probably not gonna. Now, sometimes if you name the variables the same, it's okay with that. Yeah. We just need to fix these two references up. Potion data. Alright, that looks good. Let me delete the return node for now. So we've what? 4 main elements to the commission. We have the required effects, the required flavor, bonus effects, and penalty effects. Now we're gonna grade this 0 to 100. I think, or at least maybe we just clamp it to 0 and 100, right? So it could be negative, it could be really shit, but it will be clamped just so that we're doing the math for the rest of it properly. Because potentially you might, make the bestest potion in the world, right? Just some godlike potion that not only fulfills, but it exceeds, and technically the score might come out to like 150 or something, who knows? But we'll just clamp it to 100 because you've provided the best potion you can. It's gonna have to be pretty arbitrary though. We'll figure it out. Let's get it working first. Alright, then checks if all other effects are allowed to exist. That's good. At least we need to first check if they're allowed to be there, and then we can do a bit afterwards to how does that affect the score, right? Potion data. Commission later. That looks good. Is flavor required by the commission? Check all flavor requirements. I don't think we need this simple pass-fail system for the main potion. And it's going to look a little bit different for the secondary potions too. This was purely meant to make the minigame work. Okay, that's a good starting point. At least after this we should have the Boolean arrays of commission effect satisfaction, effective existence allowance, and flavor requirements. The only problem is we only check penalties here. We don't check... Well, we can assume at anything that is allowed to exist because it isn't... Well, no, we would need to test for bonuses because it might be allowed to exist, like it might be something positive, but it doesn't provide any bonus, so it is essentially ignored, right? We would then need to do a test if the effects of the potion satisfy any bonus. And then we can have... I suppose we'll just do the Boolean array. We'll just do another Boolean array. Because once we have that, then we know exactly which indices of our potion effects apply in which scenario, and we can just go one by one and do some scoring magic, however that's going to look. I don't really know. If it's scored I mean, the thing is, a perfect score of 100 means that you've gone above and beyond in this case. We want to look more at, if you think of like the American grading system, A, B, C, D, F, right? If you just provide the essentials, it meets all of the requirements, it doesn't exceed anywhere, it doesn't provide anything else, you get a passing grade, which is a C. Which I don't know, I think it's like a 70. The US or whatever, right? US grades 2 numbers. 73 to 76. We can just say 70 for the sake of argument. Anything, I mean, we could even make it like 60 or 50, whatever. It doesn't matter. But this is like the general idea that I'm thinking of, where you provide the bare essentials, you don't get 100, you get a decent score. And then because of that, the 0 to 100 of the main potion, for you guys 0 would be over here, 100 here. It applies to 50% of the total potion, of the total commission score, right? So we take whatever the player gets on here, and then we multiply it by 50%, and that's what the player ends up with. And then we added any others to the any additional potions, whatever, to that to the rest of the score, right? So let's get our, let's see here. I need to get some new data into that commission data table. The balance. We have the score minimum, score maximum, which is 0 to 100. Score base threshold, score good, exceptional. Main potion impact on the score. We need some additional numbers here of like the main potions. Let's rename this. Let's rename this to total score minimum. Total score maximum. Total score base threshold, good threshold, exceptional threshold. Main potion score minimum. Main potion score maximum. Main potion base satisfaction amount. And that'll be more like, you know, if the player just satisfies the requirements, what score do we give them? And in that, we can then go from there and apply penalties and positives, right? which means we will need some more info here. And I might break this up into multiple sub structures, just so that when we are working with that, we only need to grab the data we need, rather than grabbing this whole laundry list of of values, right? We don't need this whole thing. Because if I try to pull it off now, right, commission balance. Break, you know, if I try to pull this off, that now I have this massive list of shit that I need to deal with. And it'd be easier if I can say, okay, I'm working just with total score stuff, with main potion stuff, secondary potion stuff. You just kind of grab those values that I need. I'll put some info here too about what, you know, how much is a penalty worth or a bonus worth, or like a base amount. And it might just be like a score of 1 or something, or a score of 2. And then we multiply that by the tier of the effect that you have. So if you make a really good potion, but it just has, you know, like damage stamina 1, it's not too big of a deal, and so we apply just a small penalty. But if you have damage stamina 5 or something, right, like that's a pretty big debuff. The penalty for that should be bigger in comparison. Yeah, let me see. Let me commission balance. Let me start to break this up into substructures. Let's do ST commission balance main for total score. And we'll put all the total score stuff in there. Then I'll do another substructure, ST commission balance main potion. ST commission balance secondary. ST mission balance penalties bonuses. That looks good. Okay, then I will... Let me get a quick screenshot of the data table. But we just put them here, okay. Let's grab that. By the way, I was taking a look at that game I was mentioning yesterday, Banishers, and it's pretty good so far. I think that this is a really good AA game. From what I've seen of it so far, the voice acting is wonderful. The lip sync is a little off, but the game itself seems quite interesting, very narrative driven. I'm very curious to see where it goes, and I'm gonna play more of it. So yeah, I'll let you guys know what I think when I get further in. But it seems kind of like a little under the radar game that I think should be a bit more popular than it is right now. Especially because what I saw yesterday, there weren't... Okay, they've gotten a bit more people playing now with it. So I checked yesterday and it was around like this level, so I'm glad to see it's gone up. Hopefully it goes up on the weekend. Okay, structure. We need commission balance, total score. Mission balance, main potion, secondary potion, multi-spoke. Let me delete these. Alright, let's go to main potion. Main potion, yeah. Let's see. We have a float and 3 integers. Main potion impact on score. Main potion score minimum. Main potion score maximum. Main potion base satisfaction. .5 score minimum, score maximum are 0 to 100. And I think we'll start off with 60 as our base satisfaction amount, in my opinion. I'm a little hesitant with this. We'll have to change those like base, good, and exceptional thresholds that we set yesterday, because they're currently at 40, 60, 80. If the player provides just the base potion, meets all the effects, maybe we should have additional thresholds, right? Where you have like, instead of we have base, good, exceptional, what if there's, you know, some negative ones too, like bad, fucking horrible. Like, you didn't provide them anything. That way we have some positive and negative. So like base would be more middle of the road. I don't know how it would look actually. It'd be more like we have 0, 100. I think what would be a good base color? Blue. So blue is like you've done the minimum. Then you have, you know, your good and exceptional, but then you also have your potentially bad and what the fuck are you doing bad kind of things. And these would be thresholds, right? So you would have to pass the threshold in order to be considered there. And if you provide the base potion, I think it should put you squarely on this, right? You've done the minimum. You had no penalties. You gave them what they needed. This is where they land. Yeah. Or maybe even just a little bit ahead of it so that you can have a couple of penalties and it's not going to be too bad. But if they're really bad penalties, then, you know, they're going to get a little bit roughed up or something. And again, as I said yesterday, these are subjective consequences. It depends on the NPC and the scenario that they're in. It won't always mean death. It won't always mean a failure. It may just... It could even just be, you know, like narrative kind of stuff where their life is a bit worse because of something that happened or whatever. It's less of a pass failure kind of system and more of what have you provided them, or even, you know, what have you said to them too. I want the things that you say to them as well to also have an impact on their story. But that'll be in the GDD. That won't be in the prototype. We'll start with this. All good balance needs to start with some numbers. Just put numbers in there. They don't need to be perfect. They just need to be in there. And I promise you the programmers are going to come asking for that if you don't have them. Hey, what numbers do you want in here? They're all zeros right now. Good, put this up here again. Yeah. Here we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 integers. Oftentimes when I'm designing systems too, I will start with data. Because most systems are just about data manipulation, right? I wanted to... Some of the things that I do too is if I'm starting with data first, so I like make a list of the variables that I want and the types that they're going to be. Then I can reference those like I'll put the variable names into the design document as well, and I'll reference them, put them in like bold italics or something, so that when programmers are reading it, they know that this number is this variable. And that they can see each time that it's used and where I'm using it and how it relates to functions. And from what I know, I think that helps them to visualize it from the data perspective. Do like my balance. Let's put it that way. Okay, let's put a... feel like main potion penalty effect base amount. And what this means is if there is an effect that isn't supposed to be there, we will take this base amount and multiply it by the tier of the effect. So if it's a tier 3 effect, we multiply it by this amount. This is something too that we could also put in the effects. Actually, could we? What does our effects database look like right now? We don't even... Yeah, that's right. We just do affected tier. That will have to be moved to... There will have to be a proper effects database in the future. And that could be where we put like a base value of the penalty or of the bonus. So something like damage stamina might not be very important if it's a not allowed effect. But paralysis, for instance, might be... That might have a much higher weight on it. So if you put paralysis on a potion that's supposed to heal, probably not the greatest. Probably very bad. Or luck, you know, might be something that is really positive, and it might be worth more than something else. Yeah, we'll see. We will see. Doot. I need that open. I don't think I need that open. Main potion penalty effect base. Yeah, I like there are so many ways that I could make this better and more efficient, and I'm really tempted to. I'm really tempted, but I shouldn't because it would just waste too much time. But I could very finely tune, finely control just every single little bit of data here, so that I can't do it. Just a prototype. Much as I might want to. Main potion. Bonus effect. Base amount. For now, it's okay if we just multiply the tier of the effect by a certain number. I think that should be good for now on that. That looks fine, that looks fine. We don't have any secondary information yet, so secondary potion is just kind of blank. We'll score min, max, terrible threshold, 20, 40, 60, 50, 35, 15. Let's try that. Let's do 15, 35, 50, 65, 80. So what, something like this. to 50. Essentially like that. It's not perfect, but it's essentially like that. We'll modify it if needed. We'll have a lot of control over this with the amount of numbers that we're using here. Main potion score minimum 0, maximum 100. Base satisfaction amount. Let's say 50. No, we want it to be more closer to like 70. Because remember, half of that score then will go towards the threshold. So really the base threshold should be like 35. 20, 10, 20, 35. Say 60 and then 80. It's closer to this to some extent. That looks good. Penalty, we'll just do we want penalties and bonuses to be roughly equal? Do we want bonuses to mean I might make penalties be a bit more weighty than bonuses. We'll try 2 and 1 for now. I mean, these are multipliers too, so these are actually quite significant. I could change them to floats and we could just do it that way. Then just round to nearest. But I do think penalties should matter a lot more in this case. And we'll need something for flavor too. So this works for effects. We need something for flavors. You know, if the commission requires 0.5 sweetness, what happens if the player provides 0.4? What happens if the player provides 0.6? I suppose that could be handled a bit easier by let's think here. Where's our main potion? Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts to this scoring. So I'm thinking we apply this 70 out of 100 if the player just meets the requirements. I mean, you know, what if the player provides a potion that doesn't meet the requirements perfectly? How much do we subtract? Main potion missing effect penalty. Main potion missing flavor penalty. Missing effect penalty. I think this should be quite harsh. And remember, it is being halved, so if we put in 10 here, the actual impact will be 5. And 5 is not... It's not too terrible. You know, if the base threshold is 35, you fuck one thing up, you have 30. You can make up for that with bonuses, right? So it's not really the end of the world. Then we do 15 and 10 to start with. Okay, so that's if they're missing. What was I saying before that? Oh, we need some kind of bonus penalty for... We have, like, missing effect and penalty effects. We don't really have anything for... And we have missing flavor, but we don't have bonus for additional... I don't think we should have bonus for additional flavor. At least not for now. But that can be something that we think about. You've either passed the threshold or you haven't really passed the threshold. And if you pass the threshold, you are good. If not, you take a penalty. And if you're missing a required effect, you take a penalty. Or if you have a effect on there that the client wasn't wanting. hold on, I have some I have some more bots in Twitch chat. I get so many of these. Alright, who's real? Who's getting banned today? You are. Ban. They always have female profile pictures too. I don't really get what they're for. Is this a real person? Yes, you are. You are not a real person. You are not a real person. Okay, we're good. Good. Yeah, I use that one too. I'm not a real person. Oh, hey, all my viewers are gone. I wonder why. Yeah, I did. I got him. Yeah, it doesn't. Unfortunately, it doesn't show like you guys who I banned. But I had to ban 6 of them, which I think was pretty much everybody, except you and Denick. Yeah, script would be nice. Script that I could hook up to my stream deck would be cool. I can just like smack that a couple times every stream or something, right? I know they don't change the viewer count. I just don't know why they're here, and I just want to know what they're here for, and it can't be anything good, right? If somebody's taking the time out of their day to make these bots, they have to have a purpose. What kind of stream deck? Yeah, I got Mark. Yeah, but you guys are on the box right now. It's the 5x3 version. And I think I could hook it up so it can run like a batch file, so I don't know if whatever script you use, if it can run like a batch file or something. Oh, you're just gonna make a proper plugin? Yeah, I'm curious what it looks like to make plugins for Stream Deck. Stream Deck plugin. Here. Stream Deck SDK. Plugin template. JavaScript? Or am I crazy about that? Yeah, JavaScript. Okay. That's not too bad then. JavaScript's pretty easy to understand. Make one for the VTube Studio. I should really look into the plugins on my free time as well, because there are a lot that I could probably make use of that I just haven't downloaded. There's quite a lot of good stuff. Like everything. super macro. Pretty nice. Weather. Just get some. Anybody want some weather information on chat? All right. Yeah, I was trying to look at like the voice meter integration stuff. Could be nice. Good stuff. Like, it is kind of an all-in-one thing. It's kind of built for streamers, but there's a lot of utility that you can get outside of streaming too. And at least I can say ever since using it for streaming, it has really made things easier. You know, I can just switch scenes on the fly. It's super wonderful. Mute audio, change audio, without having to like go over to OBS or, in my case, remote into my computer. You know, like immersion mode is really great too. I enjoy that. In that way, I don't have to hook it up to weird hotkeys that I won't remember anyway, or might bump while playing a game or something. Having it separate is really nice. And just to see like status indicators, like CPU usage and stuff. Okay, what were we doing? Okay, we got some numbers. This is balance. This is video game balance. This is what systems designers do. We take numbers and we make you feel things. That's how I'm gonna describe my job. Oh, you're a game designer? What do you do? I take numbers and make you feel emotions. Remember that one time you cried in a game? That's because numbers. Okay, maybe not, but... maybe not exactly that. Okay, commission balance. Tail don't know that many numbers cried anyway, yeah, it's like... okay, it's maybe not exactly... like... sadness, unless the system, I guess, is if the system is really bad that you cry out of frustration, maybe then you could blame the numbers for it, but I certainly wouldn't brag about that. No. We're team lead back in the day? Yeah. Not that long ago. It was like a year and a half ago when I quit or something. About a year and a half. Where do we want to start this? Friend was looking for a job and I think they could improve their CV job application. Would you mind taking a look at sometime? Yeah. What specifically are the NA market and what they look at? What are they? Because if they're like an artist, I may not be as knowledgeable. But if they're specifically like a game designer, that I can definitely help with. Or production maybe. Or if they're like any junior too, I could probably pretty reasonably tell if what they are putting on there is good or not. Actuarial entry level. Actuarial? Fuck. Relating to calculations of risk for insurance companies and pension funds. Are they looking to get into game dev? Is like that what you mean? From being an actuarial? Which I've now just learned what that is. I don't need anything over there. Now just looking for general advice as someone who was in the NA market of jobs. Okay. Yeah, I could try to help. I know what they look for in EU. I know well, I don't know how much help I could be. I think that for the most part they'll look for very similar things. And if you're an actuarial, they're probably going to be pretty similar. Because I know in game dev in the US, they're not really going to give a shit about your education. And I know with game dev too, a lot of juniors will put any relevant work information they have on their CV, but really they should just only put what's relevant to the job itself. So you working in an ice cream store for 6 months, it doesn't really mean anything when you want to get into game design or game dev. I mean, unless you're applying for a job for an ice cream store simulator or something, maybe then it would be relevant. I mean, I made this mistake too with my CV. My CV is pretty shit, and I certainly don't have a portfolio to speak of, which, well, I'm trying to fix that, as you can see. I'm trying to be able to put something on in my portfolio that I don't have to hide because I own the rights to it. NDAs. Stupid fucking NDAs. We only need to apply this. We don't even need to apply this within this function. We essentially just need to take this, which will tell us if we've passed or not. And if we have passed, a commission. What are we doing? Oh, this update. Okay, yeah, okay. This is. We don't need this. This is just for updating the widget itself. Yeah, I'll try to help where possible. So are they trying to like apply to NA companies and work remotely from Poland, or are they, or from the EU, or are they going to be moving to the US to work? Oh, they're in the US, Canada? Okay, that's good. Trying to get work permits in the US is fucked up. I would say it's pretty equally fucked up if you're a US citizen trying to move to Europe for work as if you're European trying to move to the US for work. And I don't know why. Because of course, me and my fiance, we want to get married and we want to both be working probably in the US. And I was looking at a way maybe we could move there, start working, and build a foundation before moving into that next phase of our lives. And after hours of research, I just realized actually the easiest solution is to go over there, get married, so she has a green card, and then she can just work. Because every single other system is win some lottery to obtain the right to, you know, to obtain green card, have companies wait like 6 months before they're even able to hire you, and some other fucked up systems, and it's like, I can understand pathways to citizenship being complex, but the assumption is that if you are working in that company, you will then have to live in that company, or in that country, I'm sorry. If you want to work in the country, you have to live in the country, and if you're living in the country, you pay taxes for that country, so you aren't being a tax burden, right? In fact, the lazy fucking kids who don't work and don't do shit and just claim unemployment but are US citizens actually have it a million times easier than somebody who just wants to move there, live there, and work there, and actually contribute. And it's like, this is backwards. This is really backwards. So if we just move there and we get married there, everything is as easy as it were, you know, with me as a Cubby fan, as a citizen, right? Thank you, Cubby fan. Long time no see. I'm ranting about work permits. Hey, what's up, girlfriend? About 2 weeks now, I guess. Yeah, it's been too long. Way too long. I mean, I have similar issues with getting like a work permit here in Poland too. I just think it's fucked up either way. EU citizens have it very easy in the EU, and US citizens have it very easy in NA. Kind of got motivational destroyed last week. Oh, that's unfortunate. Is your motivation back? It's what I need to know. Okay, I'm going to copy this. Basically, if we hit this true after all this, we've passed, and we can apply that base amount. Let me just put a print here. The reason I'm going to do that is that I can get a redirector node, delete that, and anything false here has to go to the redirector. I kind of had the year meetings last week, and my bosses told me they weren't going to extend my contract last Wednesday. Why? What occupation are you in? I don't know if you've told me before. In April. Oh, okay. Oh, help desk? Okay. Well, it's kind of fucked up. So you have until April to kind of find something new? I mean, it sucks, but I guess on the bright side, that is a pretty decent amount of time, hopefully, to, I don't know what, what it looks like and you're in that part of the industry, but maybe it's, I don't know if it's difficult to find new stuff to move to, but you're gonna be getting paid till April, right? So you trying to get into game dev. I will admit it's a very difficult time to get a job at game dev. I don't know where you live. Maybe there's some places nearby that will get juniors into it, right? You have a meeting next week already for game dev? What the fuck? You're lucky. I applied to like 40, 50 places last year and didn't get anything back. What have you applied for though? What position? I would have even taken a junior job at that point. I don't care what they call me as long as I get as long as I got a job. That's gonna be if player passes. That's where we apply the base amount from the commission balance. And then we need to take the base amount and start to work with it. Well, I guess either way, do we even need to check if the player passes? Because we're gonna work with that 70 amount anyway, and then penalize or bonus it based on the values in these arrays. I don't actually think this is needed for abstraction. What do they make? Oh, they're doing code development? Okay. Did you apply through their career? Oh, probably not for senior level designer, but how did you set up a meeting? You just like did somebody connect with you on LinkedIn or whatever, or friend of a friend? Get pretty lucky with that. Code development will be some pretty good experience too. Just stalk people, yeah. So is it like a formal interview? Is there just who are you? What have you done? We'll see if we can find you something kind of thing. The networking in game dev is really important, yeah. It is insane. An interview. But hopefully it'll provide you with information nonetheless, right? Maybe they can tell you if you need to fortify certain aspects of your portfolio, focus on learning something, right? I'm meeting with their current senior level designer. Oh, God damn, that's pretty lucky. Really, really lucky. I think we're gonna check here. It's just checks for negative type. Is effect allowed to? So it's more of not effect existence allowance array, but that's pretty cool. So are you looking for like a junior? What kind of position are you looking for? 'Cause, like, I can keep an eye out too if there's anything. And also, are you looking for like remote work or in studio? Artifact penalty type. Your position is something. I really have no clue what really fits since I kind of had to do everything for my fan game. That could be very difficult to obtain. Especially because the places that are most likely to hire you will want some sort of specialization. Because then if you aren't a good fitter, if you learn that you don't like doing something full-time or in a more professional setting, they would have to replace you or move you somewhere else, and that could be costly. At least having, I would say, a bare programmer, you know, artist, designer, hybrid preferable. And they're at least still in Europe. Yeah. I mean, programmer would certainly, I think, give you the most opportunity and certainly the most money. I hate to say it. Design. I mean, you could also go into like QA. There's oftentimes junior QA positions available, and that will expose you to a lot of different parts of the professional environment. I want to change this into specifically we're going to be looking for is effect allowed to exist? If the effect is not allowed to exist, that means that it's a negative effect. Or it's a penalized effect. We then would just check the opposite. We would check bonus effects. At the moment, I'm open for anything except sound. I'd be fired the second I get there if I had to do something with sound. What is your your portfolio kind of is it just, I'm assuming, but correct me if I'm wrong, is it just the fan game that you have in your portfolio right now? I think we change this to not effect existence allowance array, but more like penalized effect array. Because we have to check if the commission requirements effects are satisfied. That's a separate thing. Here we need to check if any of these effects are penalized, and what I need to do is invert how we do this. So instead of is effect allowed to exist, is effect penalized? then I think just swap these out. We'll see, I have more but all early ideas, or I'm just bored evenings. I think, in my opinion, you would need just a little bit more. I really hate to say it because the industry is just fucked this way, but I think you would need a little bit more experience to obtain a junior position. You would need to maybe join some game jams, make a couple more ideas, and probably find a specialization that you would be happy with pursuing at least for 1 to 2 years. You can always switch, right? I've seen programmers switch to design switch to programmers or production, but at least have an idea of what you're looking for, and that way you can hyper specialize your portfolio and your applications to one specific at least 5 years senior experience to land a junior position. Yeah, it's really fucked up right now. It really, it's tough. It's tough. That's right. I'm going to try nonetheless. Yeah, absolutely try nonetheless, because you'll just get information, right? And information is more important than saying, nah, well, I don't think I'll succeed, so I won't try, right? If I don't get anything by the 1st of April, I do have a position as a meteor web programmer on standby. Okay, that's pretty good. You can do game jams in the meantime as well. I mean, especially if you have all of March, there's probably some game jams going on. And if you have experience, right, and especially because you have a more general list of experience, you will be very valuable to game jams. And any jams that you join in will be, there's fuck tons of game jams going on right now. There's a Metroidvania Month 23 jam going on, it looks like, pretty soon. Never did a game jam, any tips on there? It doesn't matter if you succeed or fail at the jam, what matters is that you've learned. That would be my tip. So go in, find people that maybe want to make a game. Even it doesn't even have to be something that you maybe are totally on board with, but if it's something that will get you a bit more experience and you can be proud showing off your failures and stating why maybe the idea was a bit too much of scope, things that you thought you knew but didn't and learned along the way, that looks better to somebody hiring a junior than if you had, let's say if you had 3 years of experience. They're looking for somebody who is going to learn fast, who is going to be a good fit for the team, and can become a much better worker. Game jams are small events of set time, right? Usually, yeah. They're usually, a few days to a week where you just work either as a solo developer or with a small team to make something based off of an idea or a prompt, right? So let's see if I can find one. Beginners Jam February 2024 is starting in 18 hours. I don't know if they've given any info yet. The games will be rated on 3 criteria: fun, creativity, and theme, visuals, and sound. Your team must be composed of beginners. Your game must be fully made within the time limit of the jam. You can use any free assets that you have. You can use any game engine programming language as long as you're able to submit a file to itch.io and have it be playable on PC with a keyboard and mouse. Yeah, smaller, big depends on the jam, yeah. And there was a Discord here too, I believe. So you just join the Discord server. Maybe somebody's looking for a team. Maybe there's a sound designer or an artist there who doesn't have any programming knowledge, and you could help out with that. Just look at these, join them, and again, you will probably fail. You probably won't make the game, and that's fine. Because the next one, you'll be a little bit more prepared to make that game, a little bit more prepared for the next one. And all of these you can then just show off and just have fun with, right? And the limitation of time that you have to spend on this, I think, is really great for forcing you to think about the scope that you're actually able to achieve. And that's a very important knowledge if you join a full company, is limiting scope and understanding how long it's going to take to make something. There are a lot. Metroidvania month 23, maybe there's starts in 1 day, 16 hours. Maybe you could help make a Metroidvania. They have a whole Discord server here. I know what you, trust me, I know thinking big too, yeah. And some of these will provide free assets to help get you to that point too. One game a month, number 33. Text adventure, literacy jam. There's lots of stuff. There's lots of good stuff. Seven DRL Challenge 2024. I don't know what that is. Create a roguelike in 7 days. Pretty cool. Yeah, give it some thought, and just look for ones that are interesting to you or that aren't too. You want them to challenge you, but you don't want to have to go completely out of your wheelhouse. If you've never worked in Unreal and it says you need to make the game on Unreal, it might be a bit of a challenge, right? But like this one provides some dedicated roguelike libraries and engines which can be very useful for completing a game within the week. And you can start to, learn some of these libraries. There's one C++, JavaScript, and Lua. It can be a really good way of meeting new people, broadening your knowledge, and pushing yourself to greater heights. Something that unfortunately I have never partaken in. Usually because I don't want to work on a game jam where I am encouraged to stay up like 24 hours. I don't like that. Dungeon crawler jam, that could be fun. Ooh. I'd rather, take like maybe 3 to 5 ideas on my own and just spend like a month, and we could do, like a Microraptor game jam month or something, where we just work on those 3 to 5 ideas and see which one is more fun, and if it's something we want to push into a full project. Yeah, you can go smaller in scale. We joined a Microraptor game jam. I don't even know. Unfortunately, we probably wouldn't even have prize. Well, maybe we could do some prizes of some sort. Be cool if we could make some t-shirts or something. What was I doing? Yeah, we need to check positive effects, bonus effects. All right, let me think of how we do that. I really want to make a Pain, PS3 Pain, spiritual successor. I love the stupid fucking ideas of launching a guy in some chaotic level and just blowing shit up. I don't know how to put it, but this to me is just fun. Stupid fun. And I think that Unreal would make this very easy just because at this time doing ragdolling and physics-based stuff was a bit more challenging, and Unreal would just kind of enable this right off the bat. So you just have to build a level and just launch a guy ragdoll. I know Brent Great's naming credits of Cauldron Chronicles on a game session together sometime. That could be pretty fun. I mean, I will do game sessions with people regardless, though. I'd say I'm not gonna lock. Nice kick the fucking Bambi. I'll do game. I just like playing games. If you guys want to play games, I'll play games. Holder, wow. Small effort prizes. I don't want to call them small effort prizes. Yeah, hey guys, thanks for joining our game jam. We're gonna have the simplest, the simplest, most easy to accomplish rewards ever. I mean, I'll be honest, I think if we did a game jam, it would be just more for the fun and the learning, as opposed to trying to like reward people. Okay. You are small. Yeah, that's true. We are. I banned more bots today than I have viewers in my chat, so I need to remain humble. For each loop of break. Do we need a break though? Technically we don't want to break the loops. Okay, I need to refactor all this, yeah. We don't want to break the loops if the player doesn't succeed. We actually just want to keep going through the loop. You have Gunfire Reborn? Yes, I do. Good game. I see I'll increase that difference. No. Gunfire Reborn's good. Fun game.
Rock and stone in the heart!
Dude, true. ERG's so good. I have a collab tomorrow. We're missing the 4th. Maybe you'd want to hop in. It's late though. What time is it at? You did find the Uwu. The fart's also pretty good. 7 p.m. Yeah, it might be a bit too late for me. I'd be at home, and I can't really stream from home very well. For now. Yeah, I'd want to do it, but the time just doesn't work out. I do like that game. Now that I remember that I put for each loop with breaks here, I need to do this a bit differently. How can I test this? Could send mock-up data through. Because the problem is that this function was made specifically to pass or fail. So if I failed at any point, I just broke the loop because it was easier to deal with. I knew that I would hit a false, so don't need to go further, right? But now we do need to go further. Goes through missions. I think what I would do is just move. Well, no, this one is okay. This one is okay. Because this is not a for each loop with break. This is testing are the effects satisfied, yes or no? That one's okay. It's this one that might be an issue, right? No, actually this is okay too. Data effect goes through each effect. Yeah, this will guarantee check all effects. The for each loop with break is only if we discover that actually, why do we have a break there? Stupid. Well, I don't think it causes a problem, it's unnecessary. We just replace each of these sets with that and I think I'm out of the best item in the entire Pokemon franchise. What's that, the Master Ball? Rare candy? Bug repellent? The Power World logo? The repel, I knew it. A little Power World reference there. Stupid Zubats, yeah. Bitch, I'm just trying to get through this cave. Why don't you fuck off for 2 seconds? You can see that my Charizard will burn you to a crisp. At some point you think that they would be afraid of this. Actually, the reason why we break here is probably a good thing. No, this is set up correctly. We need to do a for each loop with break here. Do current effect type. I'm trying to remember what I have to do here. Current effect penalty type. Change this to current effect tested type, and then I'm just going to reuse it down here. Okay, so this is where we test any positive or negative. Split, and then we check if... Well, right now we only support positive and negative. Like any positive and any negative. And I think that's fine for the prototype. I don't think we need to get too in detail with it. Bonus effect array. B is effect bonused. Might not be a word, but I don't care. Type that. Maybe we could just copy this information. DM them so you can check them out later. Okay, I will definitely do that. We can do that as a reward for getting through this function, which I hope to have today. Really hope. I don't need that. Beep boop. Beep boop. So have you guys heard of all this, I'm not really caught up on it, but the Niji Sanji drama? I don't watch any of their VTubers, but it seems pretty serious, and I don't really know what to make of it, because I haven't really seen much info about it. It's kind of changing. The information is changing pretty fast, right? Checks effects for any bonus types. Oh, I also saw some info about a anime localizer who basically outed themselves as pushing their own agendas into the localization for the anime and then got fired for it. It was just really stupid. They had this like massive post, I think, on their Patreon stating how they didn't like the anime that they localized and bragged about being able to inject their viewpoints into it. And then they got fired. Well, they were like contracted, right? So meeting soon. Speak to you after. Yeah, no worries. Good luck on the meeting. Good luck. Okay, I want to inject some data into this function. Maybe I'll just do it in the level BP, because I want to test it. Let me throw a sequence in here. And then down here we will do score a main potion, and I need to shove in a commission. Is going to be lengthy. Or I could I'm just gonna get data table, bro. I want to put in some bonus effect types, and I don't have any in that. Well, I can always just modify the commission requirement, right? Data table, commissions. I'm just gonna get this one. We do have bonus effect types of any positive. So the data is there. That could be the commission data. And then the potion data, I will just make potion. Make. I don't think we actually consider ingredients at all. I think just effects, flavors. It might just be effects and flavors. This isn't the point where we even care about ingredients. We literally just care about the effects, which, yeah, we just care about the effects and flavor. I suppose that's really the only important thing. You can actually just leave ingredients empty. Now the Health Potion 1, put this over on my other screen, requires restore health and regenerate stamina. So we're gonna put those in at least. And we'll play around with some of this stuff. Hold on, give me a sec. I'm totally not reading patch notes for a game update. So if anybody in chat was worried that I'm currently reading patch notes for a game update, rest assured I'm 100%, I promise, not doing that. I'm done absolutely not reading patch notes for a game. If you were worried. Okay, let me see. Effects. I want to throw in a negative effect here and a positive effect. Let me throw in like invisibility, tier 2, and then some, I don't know, frenzy tier 2. Now this is supposed to go, supposed to be high, so we'll just do 0.8, 0.2, 0.3. That should be enough. Score main potion, and then we can just put I guess for now I can just put a breakpoint here. And that way we'll have all of the outputs from the arrays. Yeah, that's fine, check that out. Alright, let's see. False. It should. Well, you know what? I don't think we put in a tier. Yeah, oops, okay. Hold on, let's do restore health 3, regenerate stamina 2. That would be better. Okay. Were the effects satisfied? They should both be true. Yes. We didn't change anything there, so that should be fine. Interesting. Penalized effect array of booleans. Why does it look like it's adding 2? Why are there 8 things in this array? It's like it's counting each twice? Why? Mission data. That's weird. I mean, there are 2 penalty... No, there's only 1 penalty effect type. Oh, wait, I know why. It's because we're reusing... Okay, hold on. I messed up. I just made a mistake. This needs to be bonus effect array. I copied it, but I didn't fix this. I wondered why. Like, how the fuck are there 8 things in that array? I think I can just change it directly. Try that again. Let me grab that. Okay, so this should be penalized effect duration be. Let's see what we expect this to be. We penalize any negative effects, so it should be false, 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 true. Correct. And the other one should be. Well, technically should be true, 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 false. But there's an issue here. And it is correct. The thing is, we want to remove the effects from there that are we don't want to count the effects that are there because of the commission. Right, so we need to put a little bit of a safety net here where we do for each loop through each of the effects, but if the effects are equal to any of the commission required effects, we ignore it because these are not relevant to bonuses or penalties for extra effects. Yes, there is a problem here though. Or something we have to keep in mind for when we go to score, because I use these arrays to grab the indices from the effects. I'm going to be using that so that we know that, hey, if index 3 is false, you know, we need to grab index 3 of the effect and then get its tier, multiply it by our penalty, and that's our penalty to the score, right? Instead, if we remove the commission required effects, we need to make sure that when we are grabbing that index, we add in we take the index of the Boolean array and we add that integer of the number of effects in the commission, and that way we receive the actual. You know, we go past those ones and we only grab the extras. And I don't think that made sense, but it will make sense. Look, I understand it. That's the important thing right now. It'll make sense when you see it. What was I doing? Okay, we need to put a safety measure in current effect type. I think we would do I think I would change this instead of to a for each loop. I think the easiest way would to be a for loop where we start at a specific index. Yes. Show you what I mean. Show you what I mean. We grab the commission data. Commission data, we break it. And the required effects, we take the last index. We do a for loop. That's the first index, and the potion data, we get the length. Yeah, we'll just also do last index. And because this way, if we have 2 required effects, the first index will be... No, this one should be length. This one should be length, which will be 2. Because we want to skip 0 and 1 on the potion effects. So we get 0, 1, skip 2 and 3, which are the extra 2 effects that we have. And that's why last index will be 3, so we go between 2 and 3, so it'll loop 2 times 2 and 3. And then we need to use this index to get from the effects, get a copy at this index. Boom. And then on completed, we go down here. And then I need to do the same thing for this one. A little bit awkward, but it does provide us with the right information. And I mean, it is the proper way to do it. It just looks a little weird, I think. Or it's, I would say it's one of the easier ways we could do this. Wah, wah, wah. Wah, wah, wah. Yeah. Because essentially the only time that we care about the first 2 effects, the only 2 times we care about the first 2 effects, or like in this case the first 2 effects, but the commission required effects are, do they satisfy the commission, yes or no? And then after that, how well do they satisfy it? You know, if it required restore health 1, did we provide restore health 2, 3, 4? That will give a bonus. I mean, in the short, the better your potion, the better your score. Simple as that. How do we look at that from a data perspective? That's a bit different. And that's where all the mathematics come into play, right? That can be deleted. So now what we should get is the first array should just be true, true. The second array is penalties, so it will be false, true, and then true, false. But each of these 3 arrays should have only 2 items in them. True, true, false, true, true, false. Working. So now we know of the extra effects that are on this potion. And I believe if I didn't hook up, let me just make sure it doesn't error out. It might error out. I'm just gonna remove these pins. Where's my... okay. Let's say there's any errors. Good thing. These should just be empty arrays, right? Yeah. And this should still be true, true. Perfect. And then flavor requirement arrays should be the same, so it should be, it passes, right? We either have pass or fail on the flavor. Well, then that's perfect. That's working as intended. Now we just need to apply the scoring system. Right? Unless I miss something? Did I miss anything? Wah, 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 wah. Fuck, don't make me want to play Skyrim again. I can't do it. I don't have time. I don't have time for another hundreds of hours adventures in Tamriel. You won't get me this time, Todd. Keep in mind that the mod pack that I would next want to play Skyrim with is, I believe it would require me to buy a 2 terabyte hard drive in order to install and play. I don't know if I want to do that. I don't know if I want to do that yet. I don't even know if I have a free M2 slot. I could just do a SATA drive. Or I could do a PCIe drive. I could do a... you can get an M2 PCIe adapter. Grab one of these, right? They're pretty cheap. Oh, I could put 2 on there. Ooh. Ooh. That would be nice. Actually, but it's PCIe. Is there a PCIe 4? I mean, would PCIe 4.0 actually provide any significant read-write speeds compared to PCIe 3.0 for the M2? There's a review here. And the review from the person has 25 upvotes, 6 downvotes. The response from the seller has 45 downvotes. I need to know. What did he complain about? Arctic has a description 2 times M2 NVMe plus SATA B key slot, which suggests it has 2 NVMe M key plus a SATA port. Meanwhile, the card has 1 M key and 1 B key plus a regular SATA port. I mean, it is kind of a little confusing for it, you know that, isn't it? Holy shit, look at this thing. You can put 4. Jesus Christ. That's tempting. But the thing is, like, a 2 terabyte, you know, M2 card is... They're not the cheapest things in the world, are they? It's like 150, 200 bucks. Yeah, it's a bit much. Okay, so we have this all functioning properly. We don't, I believe we realize we don't need this, we just need to score it. So this will be quite simple in my opinion. Or we can make it simple. So the base score we work with is 70. If the player satisfies all of the commission requirements. We essentially start with 70, right? And we penalize missing effects by a certain amount. Okay, so here's the thing. Why I was just staring off in the distance for 5 seconds there. What if the player provides a main potion that doesn't satisfy any of the requirements? I guess if there are no trues in the effect satisfaction, we just apply 0. Like, this is not the potion they were looking for at all. I don't want this potion. However, if there is at least one true, we apply the 70, and then we would multiply the number of falses by the main potion missing effects penalty. So these should be really easy. We basically just use the number of true and falses in the arrays, multiply them by some numbers, and we should end up with a score that we can clamp between 0 and 100, and then pull into our next function, which would be, getting testing the secondary potions, and we're gonna have to write that function anew. So we don't need this. Instead, we're going to make I'm just going to put these here for the sake of simplicity. And then I can move them over the rest of the nodes when they're done, but I just want to kind of organize the order of things. We need to score required effects. Then we need to score required flavor. So I want to get the requirements out of the way first, right? Score penalty effects. Score bonus effect. And then we should be able to add all those up together and get our final score. And we'll play around with it to see how the numbers feel. If we need to increase anything, we'll take this commission that we're testing, this restore health potion, right? And we'll make multiple versions of this of the potion that we're giving, and we'll just see how shitty can we make it, how great can we make it. Does it seem like we're penalizing something too much, not enough? Bonusing something too much, not enough? Just until it feels decent, right? And then once we have that, we can move on to the secondary potions. Rock and stone. Do it. Okay, required effects. I'm gonna move these down. It's a big function. also push this function. I could rename this function to like check commission satisfaction, or check main potion satisfaction, and then we score it in a separate function. I can always do that later though. Just output the arrays into another function, and then we can do all this, the other stuff there. Just because this function is getting pretty big. That's fine. Alright. Local variables, commission effect satisfaction. This should be pretty easy. I think find will just return the array. I think that, can I count? Is there a way to get the number? That's just if it contains item. We'd have to do a for each to count. So, I think here. The first thing we can check is if it contains false. Because then we know if it contains false, actually, I'm going to check if it contains true. Because if not, we know that this is just this potion score is meaningless, right? You have not satisfied any effect requirements. This is not the potion they're looking for at all. Okay, so if it contains true at all, we know that we at least need to apply a score of 70. I'm gonna kind of get these down here and waiting. I'm gonna hook them up to a redirector. Oh, they're just down here. Score 70 it contains. Now we would need to. I don't really know what to hook this up to. I don't know if we return. We just do a return node. How do we output score? Oh, weird. Just do that for now. If true, we at least have one true in there. We're gonna for each loop through this. And if equal to false, we set the score equal to potion score minus, and this is where we need to get a commission data. We need commission bound. The thing is, Thing is, it should provide the default value. I shouldn't have to make a data row with this, right? Yeah, I'm very curious about that. Let me hook this up quick. We're just going to test this as we go. I'm going to add a breakpoint here, and we will I'm going to remove one of those, but hook up like this. So it's missing regen stamina, but it does have restore health. So this should output 50. Our score should be 55. Where is there a error? Oh, it does require an input. Okay. Alright, then you wanna play? You wanna fucking go? Huh? Unreal? You're so smart. ST mission balance. Not ST, DT. Not FT. Here we go. It should have the default in there. Yes. Call the row main. Get data table row. Mission balance main. Easy game. Easy life. Fortunately though, we need to hook up a output. Execute, then. It just needs the executive, execution node connected. Potions going like this. All right, so we should see 55 here for the potion score. 55, perfect, because we have true false. Easy game. And that's pretty much the core of this and what it's going to be, right? Just applying the penalties and bonuses now. Score required effects. Easy. Score required flavor. Now this should be pretty similar. In fact, it's going to be very similar, where we just multiply the number of falses in here. Easy game. That really is it. I don't have anything else to add. We just multiply the number of falses. Apply the penalty, and yeah. Flavor requirement array. Get. We need to feature them. Should we call it that from now on? Should we make a really cringy title for before each loop? We'll call it a feature. It sounds too close to feet. You're a feature sniffer. I'm into feaching. It just sounds dirty. Too close to. I don't know if I can control saying felch. It's too close. Don't Google that. Don't Google that. Okay, kids, don't Google that. Never heard of that, do not do it. We're gonna call this missing flavor penalty. Main potion missing flavor penalty. Set potion score. Potion score minus. Should be it. I want to fix this up though, because this technically should be the base potion score. I feel like I should push that to a macro, but fine. I'm gonna say probably in about 20 minutes I should have pushed that to a macro. Just wait for it, it'll happen. I'm using a macro, but it's just collapsed nodes, and it really should be a macro. Well, I can't put a macro in here, can I? Well, I wouldn't be able to select what I'm trying to get if I did a macro. It really wouldn't be useful. The only thing I could put in a macro is getting the data table row and then just out the row, because I would still need to. And then putting each of these into its outputs. But I would still need to choose which one I want. So it wouldn't really save space. Unless I made 4 additional macros, one for each of those outputs. And then at that point it's just, then it's 2 nodes. And this is just one collapsed. This is more efficient. Okay, next up we need to score penalty effects. This one will be a tad different. This is going to be, we get the penalized effects. We need to get the current commission effects. Break the commission. Not that one, not that one. Commission data. Break the commission data. Take the required effects length. Do a feature. Or just a for loop. We're the first, and then we add in 2, 1. It'd be that, right? I think. How are we doing? We're doing well. We're making progress. It's a slow function to make, but steady. Slow and steady wins the race, right? Better this. We're not making any mistakes so far, so looking good. So if we have 4 things, we have 2 and 2. We could start at 2, which would be the first index of the additional effects. And if we add in the last index, which would be 1, it'd be 2 to 3. So yeah. Ever drink anything other than cola? Yes. Alcohol. I drink juice. I mean, I need to drink. I need it for the caffeine, but I need to drink less. I gotta fix it. I just like it for the simplicity and the flavor. But I have some alternatives that I can do. I can get sugar-free flavor packets and mix them with caffeine tablets. Get caffeinated flavored water. Because, you know, thankfully these are calorie-free, but probably not the greatest for me. To function, because I'm an addict. And my brain will shut down for probably about a week if I don't have any caffeine, and then it will be normal, but I don't want to experience that week, so I just keep the addiction going. Would be the scientific definition for why I keep drinking cola and why I need caffeine. What am I doing? Okay, so let me get the effect. It would only be analyzed effective, right? We then need to get the no, caffeine doesn't actually give you energy, right? It is a psychoactive. That is the effect that it has, which can be interpreted semantically as energy. I don't need to define what I mean, I just would need to define exactly what psychoactive is. The psychoactive drug. You're an Errant. Euphoria or a sense of relaxation? Well, it depends on what caffeine specifically does. Cocaine. Caffeine's in here somewhere. Caffeine is the world's most widely consumed psychoactive stimulant. Yeah, but specifically, I mean, yes, it works in similar ways to amphetamines or cocaine, but it is obviously it is less addictive. It is still addictive, but it's less addictive. Cognitive performance may reduce fatigue and drowsiness. Has variable effects on learning and memory, but it generally improves reaction time, wakefulness, concentration, and motor coordination. That would be the specific psychoactive effects of that. Good stuff. Look, Chad, it's either that or cocaine. Which one do you want me to have? You feel that one in a decade? I mean, maybe. Really, caffeine is addictive, and it would only take a few days for it to be completely out of my body, for my brain to go back to normal functions. And at a certain point, you become resistant to it, so it doesn't really have an effect, but your brain has become normalized to having it in your body. So in order for normal function, you need to have it, hence the reason it works that way. I mean, it's not something, I don't think caffeine in the doses that people normally drink it, and especially because this is nowhere near the amount that people get it with like coffee or something, right? It's much less than coffee. Especially because I drink it over the whole day, it won't really have negative effects on my brain long term. The worst it's going to have on me long term is teeth, and not really going to affect the liver that much, but it will a little bit. It's the acid. There's no sugar in this, but the acid in here can wear down the enamel on your teeth. Because this is just Pepsi Max, so there's no sugar in here. There's no calories. But the acid in here is very bad for your teeth. There isn't much evidence to show that aspartame or, the sweeteners in small doses is actually harmful. In fact, most of those studies were specifically shown that if you would have to drink enough of this to drown. You would die of drowning first before the aspartame would actually have a negative effect on you. Which they conveniently left out. They would have to drink like dozens of gallons, in which case he wouldn't. No, it's not copium. It's literally, it does not have any. It has a negligible effect on the body, and but you would have to drink enough to drown. Like, there's some. How much water do you have to drink to drown? Drinking more than a liter or so per hour for several hours isn't bad. Yeah, but how much do you have to drink? Water intoxication symptoms typically show up when a person consumes more than 3 to 4 liters of water. This is almost 1 liter. There isn't enough artificial sweetener in here to cause any problem. And at the point that I would have a problem, I would be dead of water intoxication. Although I would prefer that they use stevia instead of the other sweeteners, because I think stevia just tastes better. And stevia is also natural, so it's better for your body. But it's more expensive, so that's why they don't put it in. What I usually buy are like, I buy these, not the car. I buy these packets, and they're pretty tasty. And I put them into, like, it says, you know, makes 1.5 liters, so I put them into a 1.5 liter water bottle with a 100 gram capsule of caffeine. So it's actually even less caffeine than this, it's more water, and it's cheaper. Because these are only like 2 zloty, right? So I need to get back into drinking these. More flavors too. Well, 100 milligrams is barely anything. You compare like so coffee is, let's see. You have brewed coffee, which 1 cup of coffee is 95 milligrams. This is, where is it? Usually say, I mean, I know we have it here, right, for a can of cola, but I'd rather get it accurate. I know in the US they have to put the amount on there. I don't know if they have to in Europe. Guess not. It's probably very similar though. So you're drinking about double the amount of liquid here, and you get less than half of the caffeine. So if I'm drinking 1.5 liters of water and getting 100, I'm getting about the same as 1 cup of coffee in 1.5 liters of water, which takes me about a day to drink. So it's not that much. Chocolate. Yum, yum, yum. It sounds bad when I'm putting like caffeine tablets or capsules in water, but it's just 1. And that doesn't even help make a difference. It'll be a little bit. It's certainly better than having more caffeine, and your body will adjust to it. So it would be very minimal, if anything. You probably could at that point remove it, and it wouldn't really affect you negatively. What was I doing? Just grabbing the 2 effects. But at that point, we need to skip the index. We need to get the... No, we need to... I think I'm doing it the wrong way around. Hey, Sad Unicorn Kitty. How you doing? How's your day today? I think instead I'm going to do a feature loop. That's what we're calling them now. when you're featuring? Have you featured today? Do you want to feature together? Don't tell anyone, but we could feature if you'd like. That's what I'm calling a for each loop. Instead of doing a for loop. If is equal to analyzed effect. So if it's equal to true, we need to break that. We need to grab the effect. Just woke up. It's 4:44 a.m. where I live. How is stream been? 4:40 a.m. 4:44. It's an 8-hour difference. So you are West Coast, North America, or maybe South America too. I guess technically. Mountain time? Mountains. Up there with Arthur Morgan. Canada. Ooh. How's your temperature? Is the term Canuck a slur, or is it more just like a more like a not derogatory, it's more like Polak, right? It's more like not really a slur, but just more like a, you could use it in an offensive way, but you could also just use it in like a friendly way. Because I think Canuck is a term for Canadians, right? Watch me just be unironically using a slur, and I didn't know at this point. Banned by Twitch for saying Canuck. Everybody here has been very good. I've never heard anyone use the term. Uh-oh. A derogatory term for Canadian. The slang term for Canadian. The origins of the word are uncertain. The term Canuck is first recorded originally referring to Dutch Canadians. Canadians use Canuck as an affectionate or merely descriptive term for their nationality. Yeah, see, so this is the way that I'm using it, right? Like, yeah, including U.S. citizens also use it affectionately, though there are individuals who may use it as a derogatory term. So in this case, I just want it to be known I'm using it to refer to you affectionately as a Canadian. You hear that, Twitch? You hear that? I'm not using the C word. You cunts. It's not used often enough for me to view it as bad, yeah. I mean, what would anybody say about Canadians anyway? Oh, you guys are too nice. Thank you. I don't think there are any really bad stereotypes about Canadians. Get the effects. If the penalized effect array is true, we need to get the effect at that tier. We need to break, and we need to multiply the tier by the penalty. This will be penalty effect base amount. Hey, Aaron TV, how you doing? Did you make any headway with your problem? Also, the stream is going well. We are slowly getting through our scoring of our main potion. It's a lengthy expansion of our previous commission checking function. I'm getting soaked riding a bike and it started to sit down with rain on my brow. Oh god. I have lived here in Poland for 5 years now, about 5 years, and I have not owned a umbrella at all. And there have been a couple days where that's been a problem. Definitely been a problem. Penalty effect. Odd. God, running on 30 minutes of sleep. Oh shit, you need to sleep, man. Really funny that people think Canadians are nice because there are a lot of bad people here. It's worse here than what the rumors say. Yeah. I mean, that's the case with a lot of stuff, right? Especially because, you know, as North Americans, I think we share a lot of similar problems. At least in the US, I know that our cities can just be... If you want to see the best that the US has to offer, don't go to some of the cities. Actually, I've got a boyfriend who lives there, and we've been going strong for 3 years. Oh, wow. My relationship started as long distance, too. It's tough, but once you can close that distance, great. And now I'm living in Poland, and you can connect the dots, right? Main potion. So we just multiply these two, and then we subtract get potion score minus set potion score. I gotta go to the unemployment line today. Uh-oh. You get a new job? Okay, hopefully this is correct. I do not know if it's correct. Let me see if it's correct. Nice. Okay, false true. So this one should just go through, and the next one should hit up. There's an error. And there's an error in there in the for each loop. You try out the 0.5.41 demo? No, I have not yet. I'm not getting a job. Well, it is, but I have to go there to prove I'm looking. Oh, okay, to get unemployment benefits. Yeah. I wish I could claim those, or I wish I could have claimed those, I guess, before when I was actually unemployed, but I couldn't. I've never taken unemployment benefits in my life, and I have certainly been unemployed quite a few times. Okay, so this one should be 70 minus whatever this effect here is. Or is it? Oh yeah, because the penalty effect multiplier is 2 and the effect here is 2, so we subtract 4. Okay, good. Not saying for anyone to do this. But the UK system is so easy to cheat, and they wonder why so many people are not working. I've heard similar things about Australia. And the amount of money that they give in Australia for unemployment is oftentimes higher than you could make at some of the jobs. So, like, why wouldn't you? Okay, score credit. So this should handle penalty effects. Now we can move on to the bonus effects, which for the most part should be exactly the same. Put it this way, 300 pound lasts me 4 days. How much are they, we don't have to dive into this if you don't want, but I'm curious how much they give you and versus how much it costs you to live. Pretty much gonna be the same. Yeah, 300 pounds in Poland would be about 1,500, right? 12 to 1,500 zloty. If you didn't have to pay rent, well, that would certainly, half of that could cover you for a month for food for a month. Easily. Yeah, you have to pay like rent and stuff, yeah. Okay, penalized effect array, we're just gonna change this to the bonus effect array. And anything that references penalties we want to update to potion score. So this will be additional rather than subtraction. And we want to grab the bonus effect based amount. Bonus effect mod. In potion effect bonus mod. I'm complaining, it's just I'm one of the fair few that's really looking for work, yeah. Because most people don't want to work but say they are. I get treated like I'm the same when I'm not. Yeah. I get you. 100% get you. And it makes you feel worse. I'd be the same way. Like, I would never... I like working. I like what it does to my mental state when I have a job. And it, you know, it gets me some social aspect. It gives me more experience. Just claiming money would just make me feel terrible. So if I ever had to claim unemployment, it would certainly be because I actually just needed it to survive. I definitely get you. Return node. I think we just could return the score. I think we're done. And what I'm gonna do is just print the value of the score. And we'll just play around with it. So the commission we're testing out is the first commission with our health potion, Restore Health 1, Regenerate Stamina 1, and it's, you know, sweetness above 0.4. Zephyrus, hey, what you doing? Lurkin. First time chat, wow. Did you get a gift sub, I imagine? You're lucky, I didn't get a gift sub. Well, my place is a seasonal city. The season starts in March, ends in November, so they hire people before then. Okay, yeah. I get what you mean. I grew up next to somebody in construction, so, and they were a seasonal laborer too, so that can just change the way that you live and the way that you work. Good luck at getting those subs. If you're, hey, somebody will give you a sub at some point. We had a big gift sub celebration at our last Kickstarter review stream, so I'm sure something like that will happen again. At that point, why not keep them for those few months? Probably because it costs money. Ooh, an anonymous gifter gifted 1 sub to Aaron TV. Thank you, whoever did that. Now you get access to all the emotes. And I just realized that still, I guess gifting subs doesn't trigger the bot sometimes, you know? Stream elements. Now I feel bad. Don't feel bad. You can thank Anonymous, whoever they are. Not me, I'm broke. I'm not begging for them, but I used to get 40-some people watching me do G-Tarp. Where's that? When I started doing game dev, it went too big. Yeah. Game dev is a very niche streaming category, unfortunately. It's very niche, and, you know, it's also it's a niche that's dominated by a few streamers, especially like Pirate Software, right? So, yeah, you really just get a lot of devs watching devs, you're right, Lazy Fangs. Oh, GTA 5 RP, okay. I've never done RP like that. Alright, let's play around with our potion while you play Rain and Storm Outside the Sun. It is a sunny day, isn't it? I would like to test how changing up some of this... Oh, we're actually missing one thing. We're missing one thing. We don't have the main effects that are correct. We need to multiply their effect here a little bit. Do we have them in the balance? Bonus effect. I need to add a new variable here. Yeah, the big pivots to core audiences can be a bit tough. I know some people who have, you know, are watching me because they saw me play a game, and I don't play as many games as I would like, but... And some people only watch me dev and don't care about me playing games, which is fine. That's fine. I don't understand how people can just sit there and watch Pirate Software when he can't. Awesome. So we see the thousands of chats he's streaming and say they stay. It confuses me. It is the community. Josephine, you play Xenoblade. The only thing that I wish, and this is just something, if I were in his position, obviously I like people watching me, but I would also try to spread out those people who are watching me to other game devs. And I don't know if he does that, but it's just... I would want to help out my fellow devs, and I think that just spreading out some of that love and attention to other devs instead of siphoning it all up can be helpful. But that happens in a lot of categories. It's really not a criticism of him, but more criticism of how Twitch works. What am I looking up? What am I typing? Where am I? Who am I? At some point there are too many devs to be helped. Yeah, that's true. New integer. Main potion. Required effects. Fear bonus. I'm gonna make this 2. So any tier above the ones that the NPC is requesting, it'll multiply those additional tiers by 2. And then add that, right? It's hard to find a person who is honest and fun person to watch. Maybe. Plus dropping 5K watchers on. I don't think it would have to be specifically just rating them, right? But I think there could be a way to help showcase. Mainly because this is going to be kind of a criticism. I think there are other people in the game dev section of Twitch that probably put way more hours into game dev than some of the people streaming in game dev. I do try to speak my mind, but again, this is just this is mainly a problem with Twitch, right? This is mainly a problem with Twitch. I don't like that their partner system basically forces you or heavily encourages you to stream into categories that aren't niche, even if you are arguably, like game devs are, providing a lot of the content for people on Twitch to actually get to their higher statuses. Yeah, you can't make people watch, right? Yeah, you're completely right on that. I just think the partner system as a whole doesn't really take it's a little flawed. It's a little flawed when you consider it. I'll put it that way. Yeah, partners have lost a lot. To me, 6.4K people watching a guy waffle on for hours and hours and hours a day. He wouldn't even raid you or someone else with lower viewer count, so he's doing more harm than good. I can understand both perspectives. I mean, there's always going to be jealousy involved. Of course, I'm jealous of people who have more than I do, but mainly that forces me to want to become a better person and a better streamer. But then I go home and I watch the people waffle. I watch like Asmongold, right? But he just streams and just chatting like most of the time, right? Which is exactly what that is. The thing is that I'm saying is that I kind of agree with you where I think that a lot of what Pirate Software does is just chatting, but he streams in the game dev section. However, I actually think that there's a bonus, there's a positive to that where it pushes the game dev card, on Twitch up higher. So maybe it is bringing people into that section a bit more. It's all speculation, right? We don't have any numbers on how this works or not. He talks about game dev. I'm just wondering if that is something that specifically falls within the category of game dev. And I would say yes. Okay, I need to test this out. Extra health 3. Okay, we need to add 2 score required effects. Yeah, but the commission effects may not specifically be the... We might have a problem. I don't think it's jealousy in hideous form, but I can understand both points. I think the Pirate Software provides a lot of advice. I mean, he makes some really good shorts on YouTube, for instance. He provides a lot of great info to new developers. But I can also understand a counter perspective, right? And we're just looking at this objectively. This isn't about necessarily criticizing, it's just more about objectively looking at how big streamers in any category affect smaller streamers. And this is mainly a problem with Twitch, right? Where the way that Twitch provides content to you usually shows you the people with the most viewers, rather than trying to in any way cater content to you. So this isn't a problem with big streamers, or specifically Pirate Software, or other big streamers that I enjoy watching too, like Carnage, for instance, or Asmongold. But the way that the algorithm works against smaller streamers. And I think YouTube is sometimes much better at this. The thing is, I think what Aaron TTV is trying to say is that it would be like in the art section where you have somebody just speaking about art, as opposed to people who probably spend more time in that category making art. But at that point then, is it the streamer's fault, or is this just the way that the viewers are going? And I would say it's mostly the latter, combined with the way that the Twitch algorithm feeds people new content. Yes, I mean that's what I'm saying. It's just that it's up to the individual viewers at that point, and it's not a purposeful. It's not from a purposeful desire to hurt smaller streamers. It's just the way that the streamers or the viewers funnel into certain content. For instance, one good news article about Cauldron Chronicles or Microraptor may feed 100, 200 people into here. Did I deserve that? Who knows? That's not really up for me to say. But then I would be taking away from smaller streamers in that case too. Well, yeah, the game industry is just, it's in a really bad position right now. But what I am curious about is, and I don't know, I'm sure that Pirate Software has done something like this. I'm curious how many people watching him are gamers versus game devs. That's what I'd be very curious to know. Because if he's bringing more gamers to the game dev section, I think that's amazing for this category and for other game devs here, who now, because people are watching Pirate Software, they will be recommended other game dev and software channels, right? Yeah, I agree with you, Lazy Face. And I think that that's a good thing. The more people in this category, the better. But you have to look more at Pirate Software as, I guess, he's different than somebody like Carnage. And Carnage is a game scout for a couple publishers, or a couple funding companies. Carnage is more likely to want to look at indie games and find them and promote them, and Pirate Software doesn't do that because that isn't who he is. That isn't his job on Twitch here. No, I get what you're saying, and I think that's. I think mostly we just need to be upset with Twitch's algorithm and the way that they promote the winners, which is the, you know, you could argue that that's fine in one case, but I think that there could be some initiatives to help promote some smaller streamers from time to time that I don't think Twitch really cares about doing, because Twitch doesn't want to, because smaller streamers don't really make them money. We cost money. It's the big streamers that make Twitch money because more people are watching ads. Like letting women be partly naked for the... Well, yes, because usually those women or those people will run a lot of ads and make Twitch a lot of money. I don't know how you found me, Lazy Fangs, actually. I don't know if you were coming from a raid. I can't remember. Yeah, the viewers often don't, and that's just, it is what it is. And being part of an active chat and community is much more enjoyable than coming into a stream where nobody's talking, right? I'm the same way. Like I said, I watch, you know, Dan's Gaming, Co-Carnage, Asmongold. These people have thousands and thousands of viewers and huge communities, and I just watch them because I like their personalities. I like the content they play. Or Asmongold for the hot takes. I need some drama in my life every once in a while. I don't know how many people... You don't do well with crowds? I mean, that's understandable. I'm curious how many people actually do that, though, and I would bet that it is a small percentage. But I do appreciate it. I really appreciate it. But I mean, if I go on Twitch and we look on my, you know, it's going to show me recommended channels, and there are some smaller channels within this, and most of them are part of software and game dev, except for one person who's streaming EVE Online for some reason. And they do this up here, right? Where they show some smaller streamers. I kind of wish that Twitch... I wish Twitch had better tools for promoting what someone and their channel is about, as opposed to just promoting that stream. Because the content that you are doing can change, and, you know, one thumbnail may not represent what your channel is very well. I don't know how they would do that. I really don't. And I don't think YouTube does it perfectly either, but I think YouTube is a little bit better because you can click on someone's channel and you have very quick access to a lot of that person's content and info about that person. Yeah, we've talked about pre-rolls before. Pre-rolls are pretty fucked up. Let me think about this scroll real quick. I think I fucked up because if I have the required effect, if we switch these two up, I think it actually messes up the way that we calculate some of this. We may not be able to just take it simply, specifically with the score penalty effects and the bonus effects. Yeah, I don't like to do ads either. Twitch really needs to sort out its ads problem. I think that if anything, the best thing you can do get people to support your stream is just to be consistent, because usually nobody wants to support the streamer who only streams once or twice a month, or who is really hard to predict. Because if you can't predict that they're going to be online, you don't know if you're actually getting value for your support. You don't know where it's going. Best thing you can do is regularly being out and about outside of Twitch. Yeah. I wish I had more time to create like YouTube shorts and stuff, but a lot of my content is too long form. I don't know what I would create shorts on. My hot takes. I don't like Facebook. I deleted my Facebook like 10 years ago. I don't regret it one bit. Fuck Facebook. Even though I think that part of my audience is probably on Facebook. If I'm reaching to like casual players and mostly females, probably Facebook and Instagram. Yeah, exactly. The way you put it, the feed's into creating content for consumption, not content you believe in. When making a job becomes a job, which is mostly not fun. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't mind if I had somebody working for me that I could pay to make some shorts, or, you know, edit down my development streams into highlights, but I can't afford that shit. And I really don't have time to do it myself. Not if I wanted to continue enjoying what I'm doing, which is, I don't want to be burnt out. Person would have to be really, yeah, I would need somebody who at least knows a bit about game dev, so they would know what to include there, what is important and what is meaningful. Or I would have to, you know, make notes myself while I'm streaming, which I could do. Okay, so my main worry with this, the penalty and bonus effects, is that I get specifically getting the effects as if the required ones are only in the right order. The more ideal situation would be to remove those, so to like store the potion data into, or the effects I would say, into a local array, and delete the ones that are part of the commission. I think I should do that instead. Current potion effects. I think I could try and look for a Polish editor. I would have enough funds to provide at least minimum wage, but then finding a trustworthy fellow is hard too. Too many scammers, yeah. I mean, it's really hard too. People who say that they can edit charge a lot of money. And you know, they usually base it off of the amount of raw content they have to go through. And it's like, yeah, I have hours and hours and hours of raw content. I could never afford that. Earned commission. Let's make a new thing here. Because I think these are fine. These two are okay. The required effects and the required flavor, I believe, are okay. Yes. However, these two were coded incorrectly. They were coded too strictly. Hit potion data. Break. First thing we want to do is set our potion effects. And we want to do a speech with them. reach 500 this year with followers. Well, followers aren't as valuable as watchers, honestly. People usually drop a follow and then disappear. Yeah, I would prefer... I prefer the engagement. The follower number means... It's a fun number to celebrate, but I like the engagement, and I want... I guess that's just it. I was trying to look for something else, but I think it's just... I appreciate people talking in chat, interacting. I know that a lot of people who watch me can't do that because they're also working, and I'm not I'm not saying that you're bad for lurking in the stream. Definitely not. But if I have to choose between, okay, you have an option between getting 1,000 followers right now or 10 people talking in chat who will become regulars and talk in chat, I'm taking the people that talk in chat. It gives me something to keep me going, and I'm not just speaking into the distance. I think any creator would take that. Yeah, I think so too. 30-second plank. Yeah, but by the way, if you are lurking, I love you. You're fine. You're not doing anything wrong. It just makes it easier for me to stream when I'm not speaking to myself. Let's put it that way. 1, 2, 3, 4. I know that the time that I stream is just really, it makes it really difficult for people to, I don't want them to get fired because they're talking to me. And then it's too early in the US for a lot of my US friends to tune in, you know, on their, and I stream on weekdays, right? If it was a weekend, I think if I regularly streamed on weekends too, I could probably pull in more people who want to talk but normally can't talk very much. It just is. It is what it is. I'm just happy that anybody is watching and hopefully, you know, excited for some big news about Cauldron Chronicles. Probably get some higher numbers when last epoch comes out, maybe. But then you then have that issue where I might get some new followers who are enjoying me playing Last Epoch, but then when they realize that I don't normally just play this game, you know, it won't really translate into anything meaningful. But I look, at the end of the day, I stream what I want to stream because I enjoy doing that thing on stream. I am never going to stream anything on this channel that I don't want to do. Let's put it that way. It's a little percentage chance that will stay for your charming face. What? Charming face and smooth voice. I have a really crackly voice. I just sound like a smoker. I've been terrible. I used to hate I don't hate my voice, but I just wish it was smoother, I guess. Like it wasn't. What is it called? I was trying to be nice. I appreciate that. Like the something 10. The raspy. It's raspy, but it's the timbre. The voice. Timbre. Voice timbre. I don't fucking know. Voice doesn't sound like a smoker. I live with one I know. Okay, maybe it's not that bad, but there is a little bit of raspiness to it. me close these. I don't need those open. Okay, if the current... Well, do we do a for each of these effects, or do we do a for each of the commission effects? I think we did that up here, don't we? It's essentially the same thing. We do 2 for each loops. Well, couldn't I just do it up here then, too? If the commission effect is satisfied, or the commission requirement is satisfied. So instead, you know, I'll put it up here. We'll set the potion, the current potion effects up here. Eat. Poo poo. What is this? Why aren't you lined up? Oh, that triggers me. Holy shit, I can't do that. Oh my. Voice is smoother than a smoker, you're probably dehydrated. Keeps drinking Coke. I mean, if it... I don't think it dries out the back of your throat. Because this isn't a diuretic. Soda isn't a diuretic. It's a common myth that soda is a diuretic. If anything, the alcohol that I drink makes me... that is 100% a diuretic. I don't drink in the morning, though. Unless I'm streaming and I need to. I need to. Your Honor. I didn't mean it that way. Okay, I fixed the lines. Don't have to be worried anymore. Current effect being tested. If current effect being tested... I suppose if it's true, right? We already tested if it's true. I'll put another branch here. Drink more water, you're right. I will purchase more of those packets to put in water, and I'll start to use that instead of soda. I just like the flavor. I don't like drinking... The only time I like drinking regular, unflavored water is when I have a huge hangover. Because anything with flavor makes me sick. Tea. Yeah, but where am I gonna make tea in this office? I have a lot of good imported tea too. I do have a big thermos I could bring, but it's almost summer. Like, it's gonna be a really bad time to drink tea. I can make iced tea. Well, the thing is, I'd have to go walk hopefully like 3 minutes that way and then make tea and then come back here. I'd rather just have like a big 1.5 liter bottle that I can just fill up at the start of every stream and be ready to go. More water recently, and it helps my voice a lot. Maybe I like the raspiness though. Maybe the ladies really appreciate the raspiness. Makes me seem a bit more intelligent or mysterious in some way. Or at least force you to stand up and get off your ass just to be flat. Yeah, but that's true. True. ID is equal to effect ID true. Then we need to remove the current effect being tested from current potion effects. But if we're testing current potion effects, I could just remove the index. It would be better. Let me promote current array index. That's not what I wanted to do. Much better. Current array index. That's better. Move this all to the right a bit. Gluteus minimus. I think it's my ass that gets all the fat. Perhaps with voice best. Every time my voice starts to go away, I have water. It gets better after drinking water. That's true. Current potion effects. It. Remove index. I don't think we're doing that. I know exactly what you're insinuating. Guys, this is my lemon drink. Made it myself. Okay, so I don't think we need this. We just need to change the way that these two are handled. Is fine. We can just change one and then copy and paste it for the other because they're pretty similar. Now the only potion effects we need to test if all the effects are like this. Yeah, because we did this up here where we get just those last two, and we don't want... Actually, this is easy to change. We just do this. And really, we could just actually just change this to a for each loop. We could just feature this. The way that it originally was, but now it's a bit different. Yeah, we just feature it. I feel like I'm Gretchen in Mean Girls, and she was trying to make the word fetch happen, and I'm trying to make the word feach happen. So this should provide the same output that it did before, but now when we test these, well, those will be the same. Normalized effect array. You no longer need to grab this. You would just update the current array index. and just grab the current potion effects at that index. Kind of curious, by the way, does this say anything on our Twitch page about... I just remembered something you said before Lazy Fangs. We were talking about Power Software. And, like, he doesn't want to promote things that are scams and shit. Do we put anything on our Twitch page about how we aren't that? How we aren't a scam? No microtransactions, no loot boxes, shit like that. No NFTs. I don't know if we do. I feel like I would have put that there. Maybe I didn't though. If I didn't, that's pretty stupid of me. Jesus Christ. That's like the core values of our company. Is to be ethical. Why would I not include that? Stupid. Akamite. The battles looks half finished too. There's a rogue list point that has no text, is there? Was I updating and I forgot to finish that? Was I updating? Hey, shut up! Shut up! Okay, so, no, okay, so there isn't a rogue bullet point. I know what that is. That is a... When the sound alerts panel is down there, I put that there so that all of the info panels are to the right of it. But when the sound alerts panel is not down there, it looks weird. Their panel editing section is fucking terrible on Twitch. It's so dumb. It just like scrunches everything up. You can't organize it very well at all. It does look shit. I know it does. They'll fix it up. Okay, I'll fix it up. Yeah, it looks like shit. Oopsies. I know you sent it to me. I looked at it, okay? And to hear my own raspy voice. Alright, let me just delete this. I will just put in the... Actually, let me not delete this. I'll just fix it up. No, we don't need that. Get a copy, current array index. I need to look up when Last Epoch is launching. Like at what time, because it is possible that it launches, you know, like later in the day or something, and we won't be streaming. Maybe 7 p.m. maybe. It is, I think it is made by an American company. They might try to prioritize the American audience, I'm not sure. Why do I do that? Let me see. Let me look it up. 11 a.m. Central. So we're 6 hours ahead of that. 6 or 7, right? That's where my parents' time zone is. 11 a.m. 6 p.m. Central European time. Let me think about that. Bartosz, you here? Is your name Bartosz as well? IRL? I mean, my QA friend Bartosz. Oh, it is? Other Bartosz. Because he and I were going to play. It's always dry when you say that. Bartek, no. He might be busy. He's lead QA, so he gets pretty jammed up. Let me see. Let me start with a breakpoint here, then put a breakpoint here. I need to test if this is gonna cause any problem. I hear something. Oh, they're doing, okay, they're just making noises downstairs, okay. Yeah, fuck it, why not? Do it. Okay, so this should now, the current potion effects should just be it should have removed. It should have removed the regenerate stamina and restore health. Why didn't it do that? Why didn't it do that? I know why. We just put this too. We put this too late. I need to put this before the feature. Stop saying feature. There we go. That probably will fix it. Why aren't you removing indices? I know why. I know why. Why did I put that here? What the fuck was I thinking? Hold on. Idiot. is how that's how I describe myself. That's what I put on my cover letters. First off, you need to know that I am an idiot. Second off, here's why you should hire me. Okay, that looks good. Frenzy, invisibility, good. We've removed but it should still say true, true, good. And I think this true, false, then false, true, right? Yes. Flavor is all true. Perfect. Commission effect satisfaction should just result in base potions for missing effect. Yeah, that's just checking for we're missing one thing. We're missing the new thing we put in, the main potion required effects tier bonus. But because I had those issues that we are hopefully fixing now. We don't have any missing, so this should just keep it 70. So I'll put a breakpoint here. We'll continue onwards. Potion score 70, perfect. This should have no loss here, so that should just remain 70. Perfect. Penalized effect. We do have one penalized effect, and it is the Frenzy tier 2, so that should remove 4 points. So it should become 66. Perfect. And we have a bonus effect of invisibility, which should make it 68. So, perfect. We need to add one thing. Which is the tier of effect when it's over the expected effect. We need to multiply that by 2 for each. For each that it's over. So first we need to subtract the expected by what it actually is to get the amount that's over. Effect. Base potion score, then for each loop, false. If it's not false, that means it's true. And this is where we can do it. We can do it off of this fault, I believe. Okay, so where is the commission? Why do I not see my local? Current commission. Mission data. We don't know which one it is. I almost need another array of effects that is just the effects that apply to the commission. That way we know which ones we're testing. Current potion not required. Effects. I'm gonna rename that. And instead of removing an index, we are going to, well, we're going to keep that, but we're going to make a new ingredient effects array. Current potion required effects. Add unique. We don't really need to add unique, but it's for safety reasons. We already make sure that each effect in the potion is unique, so. Okay, we have that. Current potion required. Well, how do we know which? We'd have to do another loop, almost. We'd have to do another loop. Probably a feature with break. Mission data, break, required effects. Down here. When it is equal. And I want to make sure that we're doing this properly. We don't just jump into looping without making sure. Okay, we first check if it's false. And in this case, false means that it's true. And I'm kind of confusing. We could probably do it the other way around now that we know that we're putting this in here. We could just check if it's true. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. It'll just make more sense visually. In which case, I guess we don't even need to test it. Why we did that? We'll just branch. It's true. I feel like we could base the current potion required. This ingredient affects current effect being tested. We could almost reutilize this and get a copy at the current. So in this case, we're doing a for each for the effect satisfaction. We know it's true, we know it satisfies. We don't know which commission it's for, so we're currently going to set it so we know which effect that we're going to be testing. And then when we have that, we loop through the commission data until we find the effect that it is equal to. But only the name, right? Because the tier is obviously not equal. Or I suppose we don't know that, but regardless, we just need to test if the ID is equal. And whenever that's true, we've matched up the commission data with the effect that we're testing. Now we need to take the commission tier and, take the effect tier and subtract. Well, first we would need to test if it's over, right? If it's greater than or equal. Or if it's just greater than, actually. Because if it's not greater than, then we don't need to apply a multiplier to it at all. So we know it's greater, we know it's the right one. Now we need to take the effect being tested, subtract that to get the amount that we multiply by effect over expected volt. Multiply and set potion score equal to get potion score plus result of that. And then we can break the each with break. Watch everybody watching this on YouTube downvote because I say feature too much. I would do it personally. It's so dumb. Nobody should ever call a for each loop feature. And if it ever becomes a thing, we're gonna make fun of past Rapture or something. Yeah, we will. If I ever make highlights videos, we can just watch them on stream and just make fun of all the stupid stuff. Like, oh shit, dude, this was my feature stage. Oh, it's so cringe. It's like a stage in like high school, right? Where you like wear I don't know, makeup or something. You know, whatever was your thing for a year or something in high school. And then your mom took photos because she still loved you, and now you just have photos of you as a complete idiot that you know are going to leak online at some point, and you have to have a story of why it happened and speech prepared for your, you know, for your company's apology. My dear respected community, I apologize for the Feach incident. I didn't realize this was a slur against the people of Fiji. I just meant a for each loop, and I understand it was cringe, but I did it. Will this work? I do not know. We're gonna fucking see if it works. Okay, base potion score is 70. Good to go. What do we expect from this? It's going to multiply by 2, whatever is expected, so it's only require restore health 1 and regenerate stamina 1. So we should get a bonus 6 points. because we have two tiers above in restore health and one tier above in regenerate stamina. So total 3 by 2, 6. How it works. Wow. Okay, what's the current effect being tested is restore health. Perfect. And the current potion required effects are restore health and regen stamina. Now we're going to go through the required effects of the commission data, which will be restore health 1 and regenerate stamina 1. Okay. And we test, in this case it will be true. It says false. Oh, because we have, these are just hooked up wrong, we just gotta fix them. This has to be here, and this has to be here. Math nodes. The bane of blueprints. The guaranteed spaghettification are math nodes. Math nodes. Well, I mean, this isn't mine, this is, you know, the way that things are. Okay, so that is true, and now we should get the result here. We haven't reached that yet. It is 2 over, that's correct. Multiplied by 2 is 4. Potion score 70 is, that is correct. Now it should be testing all of the satisfaction array. Oh yeah, because they're both satisfied. So let me just resume. And our potion score should be 76. Yes. The flavor's there, so it should remain 76. The penalty effects, what did we say? Something times 2. Frenzy, so it's 4. So it'll be our new score should be 72. Yes. Bonus effects, we have 1, which is the invisibility. This should be an additional 2 points. So 74. It looks correct. I'm not really happy with the balance, but the balance is just numbers, and the numbers I can just change separately. The function for determining the score seems correct. You know what, let me remove that. We'll remove all of them except for the final one. You wondered why I had to do all that. Is because I made a mistake where I assumed that the effects, I don't know why I did, but I'd assumed that the effects that were going to be coming in would be ordered. So the first ones that would be in that array would be the required ones, but that isn't the case always. So I just had to fix it so that no matter what the order of effects, it should calculate it all properly now. And no matter the number of effects, it should work properly. And if we have a missing effect, like we don't have the restore health, we should see a significant drop in the score, 53. And if none of the required effects are on there, no matter what, it should just print out 0. So if I remove the regen stam, It is 0. I didn't put a breakpoint on this node, but it would be here. There we go. So you do need at least one of the required effects for it to be even considered by the client. And it needs to at least, not only does it need to be at least one of the effects, but it needs to meet the tier that they expect. And we may change that. Like they ask for a good healing push, but you provide one that isn't so great. What do we need to do to make that work? Actually, I think we could make that work pretty simply. Consequences should be in the results. What do you mean? He can tell if a potion is strong or weak. The result of an adventure should speak for itself. Yes. Yeah, he, so, like, the NPC won't know. But we still have to score it somehow, right? Because the score is what determines if the adventure is successful or not. Like, we can just make him accept it regardless. But then, you know, in the data, it's a 0. You just gave him a bunch of shit. You gave him water. It's a minimum scoring use Baldur's Gate 3 system. It is. So the way it works is the adventure outcome is based on a score between 0 and 100, and right now the balance is there are 5 thresholds. There's terrible, bad, base, good, and exceptional. And base is what you're aiming for, right? Like your average. Anything lower than that, if you are below this threshold for this one, you have, you know, bad outcomes, and if you have good outcomes if it's above these thresholds. So the main potion that you provide, the result should be how much the potion contributed. Yes. So we then do like the main potion that you provide is currently 50% of the impact on the total score. And the main potion base satisfaction amount is 70. So 35 is the average score of your main potion, and that is also the base threshold for the adventure's outcome. So if you provide just the main potion and it satisfies but doesn't go above or below, you've reached the base threshold and the adventure will be considered just the middle of the road. Any penalties to that, or imagine it would be more dynamic, like the guy got lucky, survived, but the potion didn't work out for him. Yes, and that would be where we would go beyond the score and we look more for the individual effects of the potion. Yeah. But it needs to be predictable to some extent by the player. Like, we can't throw in, I don't think we can throw in RNG where the player provided an exceptional potion and still kind of fucked up, because then it doesn't feel like you have control. So I'd rather let the player suss out the information as best they can, but the consequences are relatively, not consequences, but you can roughly predict the score, even though the score isn't shown to the player ever. It's just an internal way you can do it. And because the main potion only provides 50% of the score, the additional potions that the NPC, or the additional things that the NPC is looking for, but just in the background, right? You don't know that as the player. You can just assume this can provide that a much better result on the overall score. Yeah, and that's exactly how the system works, is the better potion you make and the better you can understand the needs of the client, the better their adventure is going to go. But if you make a mistake in assessing this, or you just don't care enough about providing them with those additional potions, you may reach the base threshold, but most likely you're going to reach into bad or terrible thresholds, and especially if you refuse to provide a potion at all. But the bad, the terrible threshold is just not necessarily something bad happening, because failing to provide a potion for an assassin, like a poison, may turn out to be a good thing ethically. So the terrible outcome is just how we measure the result. Is it more towards this side or more towards this side? A good barista looks at the client, a bad only at the order. Yes. So the way that you, I can show you in the game, if I just let this go on. So, you talk to him first, you say, what kind of potion are you looking for? And in this chat box you can see, nice sweet taste, replenish mana, fortifies the health. You don't really know right now how good it needs to be, but you can assume that the better you give the better potion you give, the more money you'll get, and the more better it'll be for him. And then you can ask him, tell me a bit more about what you're planning to use this potion for. And he talks about like a dungeon he's going to and what's going to be in there, with some deadly serpents and spiders, and venom potent enough so you can say, okay, maybe venom. Maybe if I can offer him an anti-poison potion as well. And he'd prefer to cloak himself in invisibility so he can just walk by and get the loot without even engaging with them. So you're like, okay, so maybe if I give him a potion with invisibility and resist poison, his mission will go better. And I highlight these now just because it's a bit of a tutorialization. This is something I can show to publisher and be like, okay, these are the things that, the words that the player is going to be looking out for, even though in the main game it may not show you this, the color. So then you barter potion, you make a potion of invisibility, resist poison, and then you make the potion of regenerate mana and fortify health. And so you offer him these two potions. Your main potion, if you just met that base value, is going to give you the base outcome for his story. And then the additional potion that you provide will likely be significant enough to push you into either the good threshold or the exceptional threshold, in which case, for our NPC here, our tutorial NPC, will probably just be him liking you and bringing you back extra ingredients, rare ingredients maybe that we have, with really, good stats on them, like some spider sack or whatever. Who the fuck knows, right? But they might even be ingredients that you can't get in the open world. They might be ingredients that only adventurers can bring you, because you are not an adventurer. You cannot go into these dungeons. This is beyond your skill level, but they can bring you things that are niche, right? And very specific, but very powerful ingredients that you can use for other NPCs. So in this way, the better job you do, the more it feeds back into you being able to do a better job. The less you care, you may find yourself having more difficulty to achieve certain orders. If that makes sense. NPC can, yeah, I mean, so like none of the score is going to be shown to the player. it's all going to be indirect and subtle, and you have to make your best guess as to what they want. However, the writing itself is going to most likely do a pretty good job at, if you read carefully, you'll understand what you need to do and what tier you probably should aim for. But even if you mess up one tier, so if you needed regenerate health 3 and you only gave regenerate health 2, the actual impact that's going to have on the final score is going to be very minimal. And certainly more minimal than if you just didn't have regenerate health on there at all. That's going to be a much bigger modifier on the final score. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I hope that makes sense. Sounds good, okay. Yeah, and I would like to, it just depends on how much budget there is, but it would be cool to have some response by the NPC when they return to you of, did the NPC detect some interesting like effect or like a debuff on there that they didn't want? And then can we add in a fun little line or a couple lines about that? Like, oh, your potion was great, but it sent me into a frenzy. I kind of wasn't prepared for that, and it was because, that potion had frenzy on it. I think that little touches like that they're not too difficult to add, but they will add a lot of depth, flavor, and appreciation by players who maybe want to test out just how, it really makes a difference. It shows that the game is caring about every little situation that you put it in. It's always unexpected, but always exactly. Which is actually something that I really enjoyed about Starfield. I know it's gonna be crazy, but exactly, it's agency. Are you about to send me? Yep, that's what I thought. Okay, push-ups. But Starfield did have, I was surprised at the amount of small dialogue in Starfield that actually was remembered by the companions that you have. I really appreciated that in Starfield. One, two, three. I liked that in Starfield the dialogue options were never like bold or different colored if they would lead the companion down a different path. So you never knew when something small you say or a small bit of philosophy and life that you talk to them about, they're going to remember. And I found myself often in a case where I thought I was saying small, unimportant things to my companions, and they would later want to talk to me and be like, about what you said earlier about this, I've been thinking about that, and I think it's going to make me choose this for my life. And I was like, oh, that's really nice. I didn't think that offhanded comment actually mattered. I think Benny's had a person beyond a shade of gray. Yeah, it didn't feel like it was. I don't know. Okay, so I only played with Andreja, which is funny for Slavic people because it probably should be Andrea, but I only played with her, and her story wasn't too bad. I think it's just I want to see a Starfield sequel. I would like to see Starfield 2 if they actually took feedback and kept building up this universe and these characters. It's not a bad start, it is just not a great start to a new universe, in my opinion. But I don't think it'll see that sequel, probably. Which is kinda sad. Maybe. Not for 10 years though, right? With how long Bethesda takes. Okay, are we good with our test here? Do we want to throw in any more crazy thoughts? Like maybe it doesn't meet the requirements for the flavor. The modders don't want the shame is that I actually think this Starfield is probably going to be one of the best experiences for modding. It's very ripe for it. The way that they built the procedural generation system actually makes modding incredibly strong for the game, because it means that there will be very little what's the word I'm looking for? Conflicts. There'd be very few conflicts. No, they didn't use it for shit. But the thing is, there would be very few conflicts between mods that add new locations to explore. I actually think that the base game isn't terrible. I like some of the ways that they approach New Game Plus. I just don't think the game is really meant for New Game Plus. This isn't the type of game that I would want a New Game Plus in. I don't want New Game Plus in Skyrim. I don't want it in Fallout. Like, these are games where I want to explore and do everything in one run. However, I think that the faction quests of Starfield and the way that the game used your faction status was actually quite good. It's actually a point against when you want to handcraft a great thing that you can't be tied to a location that's memorable. Well, that's the problem that I have with basically any open world space exploration game that also has base crafting, but I do think that there was more emphasis to go back to bases in Starfield than there were in some of those other games. The only issue is that they removed all of the personalized capabilities that you had in other Elder Scrolls games to make these spaces your own, in favor of going like the factory route of this base is purely meant to generate resource X, Y, and Z. I think that the game tried to do different things, but then they, in the process, they lost the fun of what makes Bethesda games fun. They were definitely base building. Yeah, there were a lot of bugs too with the automation, especially like storage crates and stuff. And that's why it feels half-baked, right? Like they tried to mix in other ideas with theirs, but in the process, they had to sacrifice certain elements that made Bethesda games so good in order to fit in other ideas. But now you have two sets of ideas that are both kind of flat. Yeah, Fallout 4 did have it. Actually, I think Fallout 76 did it even better than Fallout 4. We can read stamina. Let me test this out. Let me throw in another effect too. Bucket, right? What effect can we throw in here? But I would say that I actually really enjoyed Starfield's faction quests. I think they were pretty enjoyable. And there were elements, there were actually more times in Starfield that I was worried about the ethics of my decisions and the morals of my decisions. There were more times in Starfield than there were in Baldur's Gate 3 for me. Baldur's Gate 3, there were only 1 or 2 times where I actually was like, okay, what should I choose? Because I don't know. Both of them are like, they have their positives and negatives. Bethesda, or Baldur's Gate 3 is very much, you know that what you're choosing is probably going to have a good or bad effect. Let me see. Okay. Let's do this. True. False, true, false. True, false, true. Yeah, no, that's good, that's good, that's good. I don't know why I was being crazy about that. Potion score 76, yes, because we have the effect tiers. Labor requirement array, there is a false in here. Potion score is going to be 66 because missing flavor penalty is 10. Let me just resume, actually. Score required flavor, 66. Penalized effects, we only have 1. Down to 62. Up to 69. Nice. Nice. So you pretty much, so with this potion, you actually get back, I mean, this is always a matter of balance, right? So this is just something we can work on. But with this potion, which requires Restore Health 1, Regenerate Stamina 1, and Sweetness of greater than 0.4. And doesn't want any negative effects, right? You fail on the Sweetness, and you have a Frenzy tier 2, but you go above and beyond with Restore Health 3, Regenerate Stamina 2, Invisibility 2, and Fortify Carry Weight 5. And this makes up for the penalties that you take for missing the flavor and having the frenzy. And I would say that that's pretty decent considering you missed flavor and you have a negative effect, and the only way you could get back up to that was by going 2 tiers above in Restore Health, 1 tier above in Regenerate Stamina, and having a tier 5 Fortify Carry Weight. I think the trade-off is relatively decent for first balance. The better part is that it's working. It's not broken. We can now score our main potion. That's a good thing. With this, definitely one of the larger functions I've ever made. It is quite the beast. We need to score secondary potions, but I need to think a second about how we do that. I think the way we mentioned it yesterday is that the primary potion that we provide. I also want to test this actually one more time with just like a really good potion. Like he needs restore health and regen stamina, so you provide that, and it's got some additional stuff. Nothing bad. You've done your job. You know how to play the game. Maybe we don't reward that as much as we should with this current balance. Good thing is we changed a couple of parameters. We can fix that up. What score do you end up with? 86. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That'll be 43 points, which will put you over the base threshold and just a little bit away from, well, 17 points away from getting the good threshold. So I think the way that we wanted to handle the secondary potions is we take the main potion impact on score, we multiply it by the total score maximum, and whatever is the remainder, which in this case will be 50, we divide by the number of effects that we divide by the number of effects that are in addition, right? Because wherever our commissions are, the NPC commissions, where are they? The NPC potion needs, so the main potion they require is a commission. So we feed it's all ready. We feed this into the function we just made, and then the potion that the player has designated as their main potion, done. That's done. The secondary effects that they desire, which should be an array. Why it isn't an array? Is now going to, if for instance we have that 50 that's left, and the two effects that our guy right now requires in addition are the cure poison, or we can even say cure poison and resist poison because they're two things, right? And then the invisibility. We divide that 50 left by the number of additional effects they want, and then if each of those effects is at a certain tier, provided, we can add that onto the score, and then the final score is a combination of the main potion score and then each of those individual. Is it relevant to the prototype now? Yes. Yes. The good thing is I don't think this one will be nearly as complex as the other one. The main potion is like the meat of it. This is just a little bit of division, and then we just do a scoring based on just effects. We don't care about flavor. We don't care about anything else on that necessarily. Just what are the effects on that potion. And then we can penalize secondary effects. So like any negative on there. The reason it's relevant to the prototype now is because it showcases how doing more than just your base expectation can result in more positive outcomes for the NPC. And not doing it can, well, it won't provide those positive outcomes. So this is do we reward players for going above and beyond? Yes, and here's how. And do we penalize players for not going above and beyond, or for being negligent in their job? Yes. So if we make here's the thing, do I want to do it this way, or do I do this as a separate structure? It would be a bit more flexible and not much extra work to... We don't need it. We don't need to separate this structure. Oh, that's fine. So let me make a new data table. NPC potion needs. NPC potion needs. I want to call this the same thing as the NPC that we have. Nah, fuck it. It's called Mage. It's the only one that's going to be in here anyway, in the prototype. His main potion required effects will be... Oh god, what did we give him? I don't remember. Okay, replenish mana, so we need to regenerate mana and fortify health. Let's see, regenerate mana. Let's say tier 2 and fortify health. Tier 2. Bonus effect types are going to be any positive. Penalty effect types any negative. Flavor is required. Allow all below, let's say 0.04. And the secondary effects, he's going to require 3. It will be poison 1, resist poison 2, and invisibility was the other one. Say 1. Secondary effect types penalized are any negative. It'd be fun to try to make this. Let's see if we can make a sweet regenerate mana fortify health potion. Just to see what the I mean, this is... It's going to kind of spoil you guys if you're going to ever play this, because you're going to know what to grab. But I mean, I can't really avoid that. I'm kind of curious what in our game, because I do not remember, would allow us to get to that stage. So let's pretend that the player has about maybe 5 to 10 minutes before he's gonna show up at the place. So maybe we can time myself. 2:43 right now. So when it reaches, let's see, when it reaches 2:50, that's when we can assume that the notification is going to be here. Like, hey, he's at your place. Go check him out. Beep, beep, boop, beep, boop. I'm gonna get some of these crystals. Some of this here too. Oh, there's a... You stab your clients. I don't think I'm gonna allow stabbing clients. But you could give them poison. I suppose you could poison them. How much the game is willing to allow that, I suppose is a good question, but can I throw a poison potion at them? That is a good question. I have not thought that far ahead. You'll be able to throw potions. I just don't know if you'll be able to throw potions at clients. That is a big, I don't know. Let's go grab some of the desert ingredients. Throw a jar of piss at them. Roleplay a hermit. Wouldn't that be a jar of, what was it? Jarate. What did the sniper have in TF2? Girati? I don't remember. Been too long. Girati is, yeah. Game is so fucking good. Well, the game was good, and they kind of got ruined now, but I remember it fondly back in the heyday. Twitch integration? I do not know yet. I would like Twitch integration in some form, yes. I don't know what. Okay, so the idea is that not all NPCs that come to your place and ask for potions are named NPCs, or are specifically ones with quest lines attached to them, right? They might just be single appearance ones. So it could be cool to have Twitch integration where they could appear as people in chat. Okay, tiny creatures, yes, that could be done. That could be done. I like that idea. Yeah, I would not be happy if we didn't include Twitch integration in some form. But what form it takes is certainly something that is up for debate over the next few years as production is underway. The good thing is it wouldn't be something that we would need to include early on. So we have a lot of time to think about it with chat and just see what players would really enjoy doing. That could be nice. Or even little things to fuck around with the person, like add a random ingredient from your shelf into the cauldron. Chat, did you just fuck up my potion? What did you add? Those could be disabled though, right? You turn off the bad things. That could be a lot of fun. Yeah, you know, it's like I don't want to force the bad things on players. I think Noita does a good job of that too, where if you just want the good things because the game is a bit hard for you, go ahead. If you want just the hard things because the game is too easy for you, go ahead. You play it the way you want. You have fun. It is a single player game. If you want to cheat, if you want to use cheat codes, you know what? Cheat codes are going to be in my game too. I'm putting cheat codes in because I miss the days of cheat codes. Bad things are the funny thing. Yeah, chat loves bad things. Oh boy. Okay, we've 2 minutes, probably close to 1 minute left before the NPC is gonna arrive. And our goal is to make a couple of potions that he needs. We're just out here collecting ingredients. We are role-playing as if the system is done, because honestly, the system is almost done. We are almost at the point where I could give this to somebody, give them a bit of help with the tutorialization, and say, do your best. We had a Twitch integration for Cobalt Core, which is a deck builder roguelike in space. One of the features was that you could take control of a spawn drone. The amount of times chat suicided or blocked my own shots. Yeah. Exactly that. I don't really have any honey. I don't think I have any honey. There's some honey. And some flowers nearby. Okay, 250. We assume now that the player has gotten the message that the NPC is there. They're going to talk to them. Oh, hello, Mr. Blue Dick Boy. Oh, you need some potions? Okay, so let's go make the potions now. We have gotten, actually, almost, if not all of the ingredients that are currently in our demo, most of them. I will check that after we test this. Okay, so we need to make, let's assume that we wrote it down or something. He needs decent regen mana, decent what was the other one? Fortify health. And mentioned invisibility would be nice. Poison. We can assume from this that our main potion needs to be regen mana, fortify health. At least. It needs to be decent. So let's focus on regen mana and fortify health just for now. We have a few things with regenerate mana that's only one, and we don't know if processing it would make it better. Blue Crystal has regen mana 2. We'll send that to processing as well to check out. This has regen mana and resist poison, but paralysis. We gotta be careful. And that was the Elder Mist. So is there any way that we could process this to be better? That gets rid of the regen mana. We don't want that. It gets rid of the resist poison. We don't need the resist poison on the main potion. We just need regen mana and fortify health. And unfortunately, I don't think we have anything that fortifies health. But we can test out honey, because maybe... No, it wouldn't. Try to get the highest regen mana we can. Regen mana 3. I like it. Dried Elder Mist. Let's send that to Alchemy. Do we have anything else with regen mana that we could do? Regen mana 3. Okay, that's good. We actually don't need these. These prefer. No way it's doing it. Not important. Okay, regen mana 3. Now we need fortify health. Or we just need good fortify health. We don't know what. Technically, we only need 2, but you know, the better, the better. Put it that way. Let's put these back on the shelf. And we make fortify health, and that's pretty good. That's paralysis, though. Ooh. I'd like to avoid the paralysis. We have no way of getting rid of the paralysis on Bloodleaf. That is a problem. Yeah, we could check out what that does. Fortify health 2. That has paralysis, but we may be able to get rid of the paralysis. This has frenzy, and that's okay. We don't have anything with frenzy. And we get fortify health. That gives 4. I think you need a tag someone that pairs with effects. For example, adventure has danger, mobility, monster, paralysis takes away mobility. Maybe. I mean, for certain, we need more ways to filter the shelf. The problem is I would have to refactor the shelf quite a bit. So for now, for the prototype, this is the only filtering we have. But we do have tags, right? So you can see the tags on the bottom. I do have the system set up. And if we refactored the shelf and we made the tag system real, instead of just me throwing in placeholder stuff, you could filter through tags. That would be nice. So I will say it is desired, but it is not there yet. Let me try cooking it. We'll get fortify health 4, and then we'll see if any of these can give quite a bit of fortify health. That does 2. That gets rid of fortify health. That is not good at all. This gives fortify health 3, damage, stamina, regen. It might be okay. Yeah, that would be okay. We can't get any higher fortify health on that. I'll keep that there for the moment. We don't want this. This does give paralysis, and I don't know if there's any way to get rid of the paralysis. No. So our best options are distilled pink flowers and cooked toadstool. And this is sweet enough, but we don't know that for sure, so what we could do is add some honey, which shouldn't add anything bad. Yeah. Okay. It was pretty fun. I enjoyed the puzzle to that. And we certainly had to process. We had to dry the shroom, we had to cook this one, we had to distill this one, and we had to grind this one. So actually the only thing that was normal there was the honey, which we didn't technically need because it was sweet enough, but... And we get some resist magic out of that too, which will be an additional bit here. So we're just gonna pretend that's our main one, and now we need a secondary one. We need to try and get invisibility and poison, either cure poison, resist poison, or both on the same, ideally the same potion. So let's see, visibility. We're gonna send these to processing because we don't know how they're going to improve. Has invisibility. This has a lot of negative things, so I'd like to avoid too many negative things. People complain and use wikis if the knowledge isn't there up front. Okay, so some of that is going to be handled in-game by your slime companion, which we talked about before, who you can feed ingredients and potions to in order to learn more about them. So this is just something that needs to be prototyped. I don't mind, I want the game to have a wiki, and I want the wiki information to be good and accurate, but I would like the player to have a relative, it's a casual, it's not a hardcore game. They need to have a relatively easy and acceptable way to obtain information about ingredients without having to bend over backwards or destroy everything that they're doing. Well, that is my point. I think that when they need to use external sources, maybe. But I don't want them to have to use it. I want them to have the option to use it. Is what I'm saying. It's the difference between what would be a good example of a game with a good wiki, but you don't need to go to the wiki for it. Usually if you don't need to go to the wiki, people don't put up good wikis. Sadly. I'll put it this way. This is not going to be a wiki game, but it is going to be a game with a good wiki. Where if you really want to know every single location Ghostweed spawns, it can be documented because the spawns are going to be guaranteed within the world, right? If you want to know information about what Ghostweed does, it will all be on the wiki, but you will have a relatively easy way of obtaining that information in-game. And our primary idea right now is the slime companion and maybe receiving ingredient information from merchants so you can purchase I don't know, books or sheets of paper that have information about different ingredients and can help to reveal that to you. You can also make just potions with a couple of ingredients and then feed them to your slime to help understand more about what is in them and how he reacts to them. So there are ways. There are ways. This is a casual game, not going to be a wiki game, not a hardcore game. Of course, you can play it that way if you want, I suppose. And get invisibility 2. I don't even know if we gave invisibility 3 to any ingredients right now. There is one ingredient with invisibility 3, but mostly invisibility 2 should be more than enough. Which we could just try to use the base nightshade or the purple crystal. Damage mana. It does damage mana quite heavily though. Well, if we did these two, invisibility, luck, invisibility. Let's send these to shelf. Let's start with these. They shouldn't have any overlapping negative effects. Ear poison. Low damage stamina. Not bad though. Plus we have a lot of overlap with these. And if we can get some... Well, I don't think any of these have resist poison, unfortunately. So we'd have to make a separate resist poison potion. Let's see. Let's do that. So let's make a resist poison. Maybe we can get resist poison to... That's pretty good. Hopefully my explanation of how I want the wiki to look makes sense. I'm not sure. Wait, the purple flower has... Did I make that with purple flower? Oh, red desert flower. I think this was the purple desert flower. I think I just put 2 seashells on here. No, that's fine. That's not necessarily true. There are officially run wikis for a lot of games. Or at least wiki sites that work alongside the developers. Old School RuneScape is actually both RuneScapes are an example of that. And I think there's one other I was messing around with recently. There was some game that I think Fextra Life had made a wiki for, and the developers made their own because Extra Life is a embed scammer. Whatever the word you want to use for it. Resist Poison 2 would be pretty good. If anything with Resist Poison 2, I just press them up. Nice. Damage, Stamina, Paralysis. So actually these two would be just fine on their own. Let's put it this way. Oh, it's nighttime. How pretty. But one thing we can do to make the wiki better too is we will have a good wiki for Cauldron Chronicles. That's just how it's going to be. And then, you know, I can help with resources, however much that needs to be to ensure that. I can give them raw data if they need it, make edits myself. I don't care what it requires. Okay, so I'm gonna put in, this is our regenerate mana, fortify health. Let's plug this into the system to see what score we would get, and then try to find a way to, if we consider these secondary potions, what would our score look like? Which honestly I think would be pretty good because we don't have any negative effects on here. This is the trade-off though, is does the player want to use all of these ingredients that they picked? Because these are quite a few ingredients, some of them are a bit more rare than others. And some of them may not be available at certain seasons. So do you want to use it? Can you maybe make do with something a bit more common, or you just don't give one of those effects on the potion? Or find a more optimal way to do it with fewer ingredients. I don't like that that's in the center. It's like a bug. I know why. I don't think there's anything I can do with that though. Well, no, there's a way I could fix that if I really want to. Alright, let me take a screenshot. Let's put that here. Canvas. Big boy. The good thing is we know we can make these potions that are required, and you can make them perfectly and even better, so if I don't have a problem doing it, that means that given the same knowledge and time, the player can. The difficulty is knowledge and time. And keeping the player interested that long. Okay. Let's at least test the main potion. Mission data. We can actually just plug in the mage's data here. NPC potion needs mage. A break and then grab this commissions. And we will remake our potion here, which is regen mana or regenerate? Mana 3, fortify health 3, and resist magic. Flavor of 0.49. 0.16. 26. Tags, icons, name don't matter. This would result in a potion with a score of 77. Yeah, that's pretty good. As long as we set it up correctly. It should be 2. At one time? 2, 4, 5, 6. 7. Is that proper? I typed this in wrong, did I? Physics means being subtracted, or it's just the balance. Let me double check. True. False. True. It should be 70 after this. I mean, the thing is, I may have typed it in wrong, but when we feed it the raw potion data, it won't be wrong. So I just want to make sure that I typed it in correctly. 74. Yes. It's two extra points each for the additional tiers of regenerate mana and fortify health. This will be score required flavor. That should be fine. It should remain 74. Penalty effects, there should be none. Should remain 74. Score bonus effects is the resist magic 2. How did I get 3? Unless I typed 3 in here. Crazy. Having the wrong effect. Why? Burn potion network. It does need that. What messed up here? Current potion required effects. Generate mana fortify health. Current potion not required effects. It's just this. The calculations are correct. For some reason, it's doing this improperly. Oh, it's because we're removing rate. We're removing index. It would be better to remove item. I know why we did that, but it causes a problem, of course. Current effect being tested. Yeah, it'll be better that way. Let's try that now. I will put a breakpoint here. Okay, this should just be resist magic, perfect. Regenerate mana for failed. Okay, so now the resulting number should be 70s. That is why we test it. $76. It's hard to see, probably on the stream, but it was 76. Okay, that's the good part. And technically we should clamp. I'm gonna add a clamp to this because we wanted to do that initially. Main potion score min max. Clamp's kinky, yeah. True. Score min. Main potion score max. And this way I can do broad balance on this as needed. And I won't have to come in here and change anything again. Why did I put there? Most likely isn't going to change anything. The only thing it would change is if the player deliberately gave a main potion that did absolutely nothing and just added a bunch of shit effects. It would clamp that score to 0. Yeah. Okay, so if we get 76 from this, our main potion score 76. We would multiply that times 0.5. So we would get 38. Which would put us over the base threshold. We've certainly provided what they needed. It was a little bit better than they expected even. In our case, it would likely mean that the guy would survive in this case, and he would be fine. And he'd be happy. He'd be happy. You didn't give him any other potions. This is what happens. Now, however, we did make him 2 extra potions. The potion with invisibility and cure poison, and the one with resist poison. Now, the NPCs in our case aren't going to care how many potions this is. However, I think that we could do some bonus to the amount of score, and I'm just, spitballing here, but if it's on a single potion. However, I'd rather for now just consider if they have been met and whether or not there are any negative effects on them, or any unwanted effects, because it could be positive, could be negative. Let's consider, technically, because, okay, so the idea is we have 50% of the total score is part of the main potion. The other 50% is up to the additional effects that are required. Now, because we have 50 score left that we can distribute or not distribute to the player. So the maximum that the player is going to be able to obtain on this commission is 88, right? There are 12 points that the player did not earn but could have earned on the main potion. They did not earn with our current balance. If they earn all other 50 points, they will get a score of 88. We divide this by the number of, what did I call it? Secondary effects required. Which will be 3. So in our case, 50 divided by 3. I wouldn't want to have to bring 5 potions in my adventure when I asked for one. Well, they only asked for the main potion. However, they hinted that there were other problems going on in the dungeon. They didn't ask for a potion for this. This is your ability to barter additional potions to them to help solve some of the problems that they hinted might be going on in the dungeon. But the main potion is the one that they specifically asked for. However, I agree that, I mean, it depends on the situation, right? Like, maybe they hinted at other things, but I think for the secondary potions, we just wouldn't consider whether or not it was one potion or multiple. These are just, hey, I have some other potions that may solve different problems. Would you like to take them? 50 divided by 3, what is it even? Stop soliciting. Yeah. Actually, that'd be pretty funny. If a guy didn't ask for additional potions and it was just, I don't want any, stop it. You're like an annoying car salesman, right? Let's just say 16.67 for the sake of argument. The thing is, okay, so the way we do the additional potions are, for the secondary potions need to be done a little bit differently. What I'm caring about is, does a secondary potion match any of the secondary desired effects? If yes, how many? Because if we have potion 1 solving 2 effects, now means that potential for 33.33, right? Is that correct? 33.3, we could just say 4, right? Whatever. Would it be 33.32? About. Potential for 33 points, because it solves 2 of the problems. Potion 2, solving 1 effect, equals 16.67. Potential for points. I think we could just if the numbers are the same either way, if we are applying a percentage, because what if the, you know, in the data we only required invisibility 1 and we've given invisibility 2, right? We could apply the same 0.07. No, if you provide that, if you provide that effect, you get the full amount. Provide effect, get full amount. Any unwanted effects equals penalty on amount. Any desired effects greater than expected tier bonus. Clamp. So in our case, we would receive the full 50 points because we provided all of the effects. We even receive a bonus technically, but the bonus is clamped because we clamp here. So we would essentially do, are the 3 effects found on these potions? Yes. Are they at the minimum expected tier? Yes. Any above tier, okay, apply a bonus, and then clamp between the however many points are left that we can provide, and then put a penalty on that. Or we keep it consistent and we do the penalty and then clamp. Maybe we do it that way. We keep it consistent, right? Consistency is good. Good for design. Very similar to the way we do the main potion, but we care. This is more of a pass or fail kind of thing. And even if you miss one of them, so if you provided the one potion with 2 effects, but you missed this one, you would have what, 71 points roughly, which with our balance doesn't put you into that exceptional threshold, but it puts you in the good threshold. In our example case here with the mage, he might bring back some ingredients for you and be happy. Yeah, that potion came in handy. Oh yeah, it was fucking great. So you wouldn't get the exceptional, but you would still get the good. What if you provided just the one? Be 54. Wouldn't put you in the good threshold, but you would still make more money because you bartered the potion to him, right? He bought the potion, he needed it, or didn't know that he needed it, but that's, your thinking is, okay, you mentioned this, hey, you want this potion that would help with this? Oh yeah, I didn't think about that, but if you can provide that to me too, good for you, here's some extra money. So you may not get that good outcome. You would get the base outcome, which is still probably positive. I think that works. I think that generally works. We just need to touch up the balance a bit. But at least for prototype, I think that's pretty damn decent. We just need to make the the function to test those. Which could I do today? I'll jump into it tomorrow. I think we'll jump into that tomorrow. Yeah. Ooh. Let me see some, because some of you guys send some stuff for me to look at. Let me read this. Okay, Lazy Fangs, you sent, I love my Polish heritage group. I love it too. I just returned from Krakow and found out that being a Polish American means nothing. I was so disappointed by the lack of interest or even respect I received from the Polish people about my Polish heritage. They didn't, yeah. You're in Poland. They're Polish. Why would they care about your Polish heritage? They were nice, a bit standoffish, but eager to be nice enough to recognize that I was spending a ton of money in the country of my ancestors. Well, man. Krakow was beautiful, the food was great, the hospitality good, but it mattered very little that I was of Polish heritage. I was very disappointed in that aspect and probably will never visit Poland again. What did you expect? It's like an American visiting America. Like, yeah, welcome. We're here. If you want to be more impressed, go to Polish restaurants as a Polish person that are in America, because then they probably have like somebody, you know, some old grandma that's running it, or you know, some Polish cook or whatever, and they would actually, you're connecting with people outside of your homeland. You can't connect with people in that place. Yeah, it's like, I don't get this guy's... It means nothing. You know what, like, me going back to the US, oh, nobody cares that I spent 5 years in Poland. Yeah, nobody does care. But if I'm here and I meet another American who's moved here, that is actually where we can connect. We can be like, oh, you know, what brought you here? Let's talk, let's hang out. We can share a bit of our culture with each other. This is just an idiot. Wait, I gotta send this to somebody. I'm sending it. Okay, and Okapi fan sent some stuff. Some new icons she made. Ooh. I like the cable. They look nice though. Look clean. Shit, and I'm out here using, look at this. Look what I'm using. Icons with non-transparent backgrounds. This looks nice though. I don't think Okapi fan is watching. She had to go for a meeting, but in the future she will. Well, I'm pretty happy with this. I kind of want to save this as just so I know what I was doing tomorrow. Like, okay, yeah, and we want to clamp there, okay. I think the one thing that this makes that maybe doesn't make sense, and this is something we can change really, really easily, but I believe that it's easier to obtain 50 points from your secondary potions than it is to obtain 50 points from your main potion. And I would rather it be a different way where most of the score comes from your main potion, and then you can reach even greater heights by providing those secondary potions. There's a balance there. We haven't reached it yet, but we will. Or just something a bit more decent. Actually, I don't know. I gotta think about that. I gotta think about it because actually I do think the secondary potions are the core of what makes this game unique and what makes this game different than a simple shopkeeping, where you do need to obtain information from the client and think about it a bit and then go out and make something that they didn't expect. Makes the unique raptors. We do want an NPC that has like this weird looking, prehistoric looking bird on his shoulder, and he's like feeding it bits of meat, and we want to make it a microraptor. Never seen such clever girls before. Maybe he can bite his finger. He's like, ah, clever girl. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to end it just a little bit early there, because I really need to pee and then I need to go. So, but tomorrow we will be back with more of it. This is not the right month. How much do I donate to be in the game? We will discuss that, especially because we might, if we do Kickstarter, then we can just have Kickstarter tiers like that. Like design an NPC or something. We'll think about that. I don't want to promise that stuff too early, but I will say that I would like others to put their mark on our game too. This is very much a game built for our community, by our community as well. Put it that way. Maybe tomorrow, because I don't think that this score shit is gonna take too long. We can have it all done. Reminder that you can raid. I know I can raid, but I have to pee. Like, I can raid, but then I can't talk with the person. Then I feel bad because it's like, yeah, dump some people on you and then leave. All right, let me look. The phone to the bathroom. It's not gonna work exactly like that. All right, let's find somebody. Where's the game dev? Is it? Somebody watching it? Did I miss it? Software. Game development. Go. See, we're gonna strategically raid people making games. I don't mind if we buy software. He's not. Maybe he'll look at our channel then. Maybe we can get noticed. I don't know. We don't have like a huge number of people right now. I don't think a 6-person raid is gonna do too much for him. Maybe I'm being cynical about that. Oh, look, it's us. Gotta have balls to it. All right. Yeah, but he's playing Noita. I mean, if he was doing game dev, I'd move there. Noita's good though, isn't it? Horror indie game dev couple. Are they English speakers though? He doesn't pay attention when he plays games. Does he read chat when he plays games? Are these people speaking? Because I don't want to move mainly English speakers to a non-English speaking stream, but I'm always willing to support. I like watching couples make games. It's pretty wholesome. Sometimes with Chaz, yeah, chat is fast. Let's see. Okay, they're playing. Usually when he's waffling on, yeah. Let's raid these people. They don't have many viewers. Let's give them a big shout out. They're making an indie horror game, it looks like, together, and that's pretty wholesome. I like that. Let's go raid them. You guys ready? Having a significant other Valentine's. Alright guys, let's do it. Let's go say hi to him. Bye bye. See you tomorrow.